HOK Field Marshal, you know? None of them can but a dance on the top. I lead the general. Head up in a blood clot funeral home. Hank got the AK, Jabari got the chrome. Head Cribus the how we sending them home. Regina the alley with a Cuban and a galley. Send you back on Nile Valley with a shot in your toe intellectually. How click the link if your scholarship sloppy. More if you smell make you cry with the truth. No lie, my youth in my really scored and 21 gun salute for commission. Not a brother, a hustle, a move like I left for the black woman, not all like Ulls and the whatever you do, make sure you do it in the toughest environment. Mac double. That's the only way we grow. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. Who the toughest, who the strongest, who the smartest? Hitting the stage, PowerPoint, and I'm going through papers regardless. Listen up, got a point to prove, but I'm moving on, cause you niggas retarded. Toughest environment, only up make you a target. You don't want that smoke, shit your body last week, run down on the whole Christina clash with the pie. Oh my gosh, I think you the GOAT, no rigmarole. Still take total control, just put my shit at the top of the post. For toughest environment. Listen, just get it, I'm still about to bend it. I work every minute and maybe I'm on with Chris and his thoughts. And I thought you should know that this ain't a scrimmage. And I'm shaping you right, molding you tight to be in the image of toughest environment. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. I'm sure we can work this out, just get in the ring. You better be Zion Alexa, this vessel, divine prospect when he doing this thing. Or Captain Tazari, out there, cross that line, I get away clean. Or Ali Muhammad, so valid, still got me up on my ding. All of it brought together because of the studio. Stop acting like y'all could've been doing that cause you didn't do it though. And I watched them lions get ran out of the den, this shit'll get crucial. Who you know take the whole damn stage and turn that shit to a musical. Stay in your cubicle. The environment's tough, don't wire me up, I'm calling your bluff. I'm running it back and I'm running it back like it's never enough. Got them diamonds in the rough, and we can't get to every treasure, but you gotta help me dig it up. But to me it's like whatever. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment.
Peace, everybody. Peace. Assalamu alaikum, hotep, namaste, jambo, ashe, shalom. Shalom, all the greetings of love and light to the darkest minds of the light, to the HOK Coliseum, to the debate family. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button so we can get in the algorithm. Thank you for being here. Peace to Sister Freedom. Peace to the Bar Reloaded. Who else is in here? Peace to Caleb, James Davis, Benita Sutton. There she is. And Dios míos, Rios. How did it come down to this, dear woman, that this question even exists? Dear women. Okay, yeah, thank you. We're going to segue into our guest introducing himself. Brody Dharma. I heard about him through these Facebook streets, and I found out that Brody has a very interesting philosophy and doctrine and teaching that. Let me remove you. Can you hear me okay? He's having a little bit of...
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Brody, thank you for being here. Can you talk to us first off? Let us know. I saw the Bar Reloaded call you the teacher. Let me see what they call you. The coach. Oh, so are you Coach Brody? What do you actually just introduce yourself first off? What do you actually teach and what do you do?
Well, I'm Brody Dharma. I go by Coach Brody. Coach started for me as being a boxing coach because at 19 years old, I was the assistant coach at the boxing gym I was in. And Brody Dharma is just my stage name for making music, but it also is well representative of a lot of different aspects of my philosophy. So on YouTube, I like to try to integrate things together. I'm all about shadow work and trying to find a way to reach a more holistic way of representing my ideas and the different things I'm into. So I just mixed Coach with Brody. I was like, all right, cool, Coach Brody. And that's, just what some people call me.
Okay. So Coach Brody, that's interesting. Let me ask you, let's get right to it. The thumbnail says, should women pay men for the loving? I want it to be, not I want it to be polite. Should women pay men for sex? And from what I heard, I'm going to let you break it down, but what is your philosophy on how women and men should interact in relationships?
It's really not gendered, in my opinion. I'm a BDSM guy. So to me, it's more so about what's your role within the Dom sub dynamics. And I think that right now in society, the understanding of what a relationship is and entails is so subjective because of the different cultural perspectives. So I think we're no longer in a place where men and women can just meet each other with an assumption of their background and beliefs, in that that's going to cover the full spectrum of what they're going to need for that relationship to be healthy and sustainable. There may have been a point in time where a certain lane of social programming may encapsulate all of what everyone needs for their relationship dynamic. But now, based off of how much exposure we have with social media and the internet, making it to where people of all different languages and cultures can connect with one another, you also have to think about, you know, uh, corn. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
language you have
porn,
on here.
meaning the illicit videos, these explicit sexual videos. Porn. That's how we say it over here. Corn. We say corn as well. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
I try
ahead.
to pick up a little bit of it here and there because my platform, I kind of just say whatever.
Yeah, yeah. We try to
So
keep it YouTube friendly because we want to keep your video up, and YouTube will, snipe it for certain things. What happens is it'll get tucked down underneath all the other great videos because they'll take it low. They'll keep it out of the algorithm. It's not that it'll be completely gone, but we want it to, not say those. You said it right, corn. So you can continue.
I think that an understanding of what sexual polarity is and an inclusion of the different levels of Dom sub dynamics, how this affects sexual polarity, I think this is very important.
Okay, I'm
But
listening
as
to
far as
what
the
you
topic
need to
you wanted
know.
me to call in for, you
Yeah.
wanted me to call in about women paying men for sex. I
No, no,
don't know
no, no,
how
no,
that
no, no. Not just that. I'm listening to you. You said some very when you okay, I get it. You laid some groundwork saying that things shouldn't be just traditional. We're in the 21st century. We have the internet. We have all kinds of different people with different backgrounds. We shouldn't assume, oh, this is how a person likes things when we meet them. It's an open dynamic now when you're approaching relationships, right?
I believe that, but I think that there's also a certain level of self knowledge and self understanding where we got to be realistic that just because you meet somebody and they have some idea of who they are or what they stand for, that this is going to be consistent with who they are across the board.
Okay.
Like,
So
how many men have met a woman who said that she was sapiosexual, but she was sleeping with dudes who you wouldn't want to hear reading out loud, or said they was demisexual with a long string of casual sex relationships, or said that they were celibate and wait for marriage and Jesus, but they pop up pregnant a few months later.
I
You
don't
know,
know how many. How many? How many?
I mean, if men were to be in the comments and watching and listening, they'd be like, "Yeah, I done seen that take place."
No, no, no. I didn't ask you about that. It is the toughest environment, and I'm going to be. I want you to come back, but I'm going to be very straightforward with you because you asked us how many. I don't know very many women who, if I see somebody, men or women, say, I like things this way, I typically see them doing it that way.
I would call that the wheelhouse, right? You know, it's very easy to have friendships with people who neither them nor who they deal with and sleep with overlaps with your social circle. As long as those things don't overlap, it makes all the sense in the world to take people at face value of their social math.
Okay, let me say this because I don't know. Okay. Are you a debater?
Yes,
You're
but
one of the
I didn't
debaters.
come in here with a debate
No,
mindset. I
no,
just
I'm
came here for
not debating
conversation.
you. I know you're one of the debaters that Ivory said. I wanted to get you to focus on, yeah, we're gonna because people are tuning in for the title. So do you not teach that women should pay for men's sex or you do teach it?
I say dick ain't free, but
Okay, we
doesn't
try
have
not
to
to
be
say the
money.
D word too much over here on and that's
Oh
not I'm
yeah,
not trying to tell you how to be an adult, but it's just again about the trying to keep the video up. So but it's okay that you said it. I mean, once every. I'm just saying, we only have a limited amount of those words that we can say, maybe like 5 in an hour. So you said the D is not free.
no, but it don't have to be money.
Okay, well, when you say she has to pay for it,
You said that. I never made that assertion.
no, well, you don't say
I
women
said
should
when I
pay.
got on here, I've never heard someone use that language to describe the words that I say before. So I
Okay,
said it was interesting. I didn't
okay,
say that was my doctrine.
okay. So you don't say women should pay for it.
I say it's not free. I didn't say
So
they should pay for it.
so
But if it so
if
happens to
it's not
overlap with that, I'm
free,
not going to be in a disagreeing with it.
I got you. If it's not free, should they pay for it?
I don't know. That sounds like some legal questions.
No, no, no,
Sex
because
work is illegal.
I didn't say, do you want me to pay for or something specific? It's not illegal. Is your philosophy that if the D is not free, is it logical to understand that you're saying it if it's not free, there's you have to pay something for it, right? Whether it's money or you're going to elaborate on that, but I just want to lay the groundwork because I don't want to misquote you. Is it
Uh,
free or is it not free?
no, it's not free.
It's not free. So women have to pay for the loving somehow.
Somehow.
Okay, great. So now we say women do have to pay somehow for the D, and the brother's going to explain. I'm talking to the audience. He's going to explain what he means. So I'll hand you the mic.
All right. So when I say it's not free, I'm not just talking about money or anything like that. I'm talking about a certain level of respect, a certain level of desire, right? We got to understand that for consent to be valid in this day and age, it has to be enthusiastic consent, right? And people can feign enthusiasm through the way that they represent themselves. But what you can't feign is making an investment.
Okay, so do men respect themselves when they go around just saying, I want some, let me get some, I hit that? Is that are they respecting themselves? Are they cheating themselves?
I'll put it like this. Uh, you got to operate on whatever level that you at. You just need to understand what level you're at. I believe in offering penis rather than asking for coochie, right? If that makes sense.
Okay.
So if you offering, it's a completely different mindset of how a woman feels about it if she's attracted to you enough. If she's attracted to you enough, offering her an experience of pleasure is completely different from you being some random man off the street who's asking for her to give you what she at least wants you to think is close to her prized possession. That doesn't make sense.
So you're saying it's that not her prized possession, her sex?
No, I mean, for some women, it may be, but once it's been given away enough, it's not. That's just a facade that's put on to dupe men who don't have any game.
Then why do prostitutes never go out of work? It's given away at least 20 times a day, and they always have another at least 20 lined up the next day.
Because I don't see money as the greatest value. Like, that's where there's confusion when I got on the phone when I say it's not free.
Well, they're
There
not
are
getting
things I
money.
like
Wait,
more than
hold
money.
on. No, the men aren't getting the money. They're getting the sex. You said if it's used enough, then it won't be valuable. But if that's the case, then why are there so many working prostitutes and nobody's worried about how much it's been used?
First off, I'm pro hope. So let's get that out the way now.
Peace.
Second part is, in the perspective of a woman being able to give it away for money, I don't see nothing wrong with that either. My perspective is, if you're meeting a man and your idea is wanting a relationship, and this man knows that he wants to sleep with you, and he's choosing to continue to entertain you with you not being receptive to it, 9 out of 10, in his mind, it's because he perceives you as being the type of woman who is not going to do it as quickly or as easily. If his mind state becomes aware of the fact that you may have a history of being promiscuous or having one night stands or being being a clutch eater, then his awareness being made conscious of this takes the narrative of him working for it, and it turns it from him working for a woman of value to him selling himself short and just dealing with a woman who don't like him like that. It's all about the narrative of how you interpret what it means for someone to like you. So a man who's looking for a quote unquote good woman on paper typically is a man who wants to feel like he's working for it and that it's worth the work he's putting in. Now, a woman's sex, her body count doesn't determine her value. But if you want to sell yourself as if it being difficult to sleep with you means that you're a woman who has self-respect, then it does.
Yeah, I think we kind of went on to that. I'm not talking exactly about selling. I was making the point that a woman is going to, a vagina, or, her private, her sex, I should say, her sex is going to be in demand no matter what. Whereas with women, because we're talking about heterosexual, right?
Yes, we're talking about heterosexual. Well,
Okay.
I believe the average woman is, in my opinion, I think the average woman is bisexual and hetero-romantic.
No, wrong. The average woman is heterosexual, but they are women out there exploring as of late, and there's not a stigma on I shouldn't say wrong. That was rude. I disagree. Nobody's wrong or right. So forgive me for saying wrong like that. But can you imagine if I said most men are homosexual? That's why I think I got I got triggered personally. If I said most men are homosexual, I think I might trigger some heterosexual men out there. So I want to say sorry. So, but as you see in society, there's not a negative stigma or a stigma, I should say, a negative stigma over stigmatism. There's not a negative stigma on women being gay like there is for men being gay. So it's easier, and it even is seen sometimes as sexy for men. Men push that more than women do. So if a woman is homosexual and she has that desire and that's her own personal reason, then I respect that. But to say most women basically you're saying homosexual, because bisexual would mean that you also engage in same sex. So I'm just going to say, if most women have homosexual tendencies, that would not be fair, because then we'd be able to say most men have homosexual tendencies, right? You might be, I don't know if you're not around or if you can hear. Okay, the abstract vision. You do not. You are such a hungry Negro. Stay over on the gutter channels. This is a great topic. You don't need to be over here ever. And this is the top platform and will always be. So just leave. Nobody even is thinking about you. Can somebody block him? Oh my God. Ascenta Phoenix, block abstract vision. He's not even supposed to be over here. Oh, trolling us. No, can you hear me, Brody?
Are you
Please
able to hear
block.
me?
No, I couldn't hear anything you said. I don't know how much you heard from me. These are all hungry Negroes coming over here hurt. Please drag your asses somewhere else. So we have about three more curse words that we can use, Brody. Block him. Yes, thank you. Block this Negro. Thank you. Please, Lady G. We don't need you over here hurt talking about this is a great topic. Okay? Sorry that we're not arguing about if the mud of the Nile was brown or green or red, which is really a good topic though. But we're talking about some social issues right now. Can you hear me at all, Brody? I guess he's having some tech difficulties. Okay, so hit the like, please. The guest speaker is displaying some signs of wishful. Oh man, this is funny. Peace, everybody. Oh, we lost him. Damn. I hope he comes back. Can you hear me? You're muted. You're muted. Oh man, we done lost the brother. Thank you, Caleb. Anyway, so when we're waiting for him to come back. I know he is muted. I think it might be his phone. We need to get him back on here. Oh, here he is. Can you hear me, Brody?
Yes, I can hear you. My bad about that. I thought I was still in here. I thought you was talking to me at first. I was like, damn, what did I do?
No, I don't do it like I don't. I know I'm being a little tough with the questions, brother. I would never just go off on you like that. There's a crazy, you know how you come into the restaurant and you think everything's fine and you're eating your favorite food and then there's a nasty hair in it. That's what I saw in the chat. Don't worry about that. We got rid of the hair. We sent the plate back. We get a whole new clean meal made because you're back. So I was asking you, just to go, let's just go into it. I want you to just let
I, I,
loose.
I
Tell
want to
us
address that part, right? About
what
the
part.
bisexual but
Oh,
hetero
so you
romantic
heard
women.
that. Okay, go ahead.
So one point I want to address about that is my belief. It takes it a little bit closer to more like the old world perspective of it's really more so about who's getting dominated or who's getting penetrated. Like the whole idea of body count in general is not a double standard, although it is. Whether you're a man or a woman, you're going to feel more intimidated by your partner getting penetrated by a man than if them bumping or touching on a little bit of coochie. You know, women represent value and beauty in that way. Men represent power or provision. So whether you're a man or a woman, if you have an extensive past of penises, people are going to judge you for it or look at it with some level of critique. If you accept the judgment and you push forward into whatever lifestyle that you have, you're in a new social environment. Therefore, what those people say don't matter. But as far as that line, it's not about who's been with people, it's who's been with men.
Well, not necessarily in this. And see, remember you said you don't, and I like this conversation. So keep, thank you for not being, for being courageous and coming in here and because this is not a pop, this is a controversial topic. But for me, I've noticed that people. I'm not saying I do or you do, and I'll say for the record, I don't. But there are people who say, well, he couldn't do it, he wasn't this size. So it's not just about the actual penetration, it's how the person makes the other person feel.
That as well, that's part of it. But to
And
try to
so
completely remove that from penetration, in my opinion, is a little bit disingenuous. And I think that happens on both the left and the right. I
yeah, but
think on the conservative side,
yeah.
they want to shield their minds from the reality of what the power penis can do, so that they don't feel like they're cucks for taking care of women and wanting to see, of course, their wives and their mothers and their daughters and the women around them as possible sluts, because to protect their mind from that reality, they have to view all the men who are able to deal with women in that way as bad guys, including their past self. But because of that, that's why on the conservative side, they want to believe that women don't have a lot of the same sexual habits and characteristics as men, right? But on the
Well,
liberal side, they want to lie about it, because who's going to support the more liberal agendas? Typically men who don't want to live up to a patriarchal standard of masculinity. So if their whole thing is wanting to escape from toxic masculinity and the patriarchy, then of course it's going to be on average men who don't live up to those standards. So from a liberal perspective, you want to lie about the power of penis there as well, so that people will just go straight into the belly of the whale and not know what's going to happen to them.
well, let me get in here because you know you're very. I like how you're speaking, but it's extremely ambiguous. Um, I need you to, for the audience, and I'm saying we have a very sharp audience, but I need you to be clear when about what you're saying. I'm hearing you say the penis is paramount and power, no pun intended. It's paramount and at the highest peak above everything else when it comes to sexual encounters. That's what I'm hearing. So you are stating that that basically, because it actually goes back to what you're saying about it's not free. You're saying that the value of a man's sex is higher than the value of a woman's sex.
I say that the average woman will forever have more sexual value than a man, especially on a more social level. Like that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that for a man who has the ability to create that desire within a woman and then resist that power is going to be exponentially more powerful to that woman than the man who see her sexuality as having power.
Okay, hold that thought. Hold on. You said ignite the desire in her and then deny her access to the male,
Not necessarily denying her access to the
like a
male,
tease, like a tease.
not necessarily that either. The point that I'm making is that most women live in ever-present reality if they aren't sheltered, that most men want sex from them. It's a framework of how the interaction takes place. It's like when a
Wait,
man meets a woman
I
and
missed
he's
something. I'm sorry. Back up, please. You said as a shelter, most men want sex from women.
no, I'm saying that unless a woman is sheltered enough to feign obliviousness in her own mind about the sexual intentions of men surrounding her, then she's living in an ever-present reality that that's what most men want from her. So if she's around a man who crosses that line to where instead of viewing it and feeling as if this is something some wants from me, but something I want from them, it's a completely different perspective.
So you think she should be thinking, I want sex from him more than he wants sex from me?
I think that it's a beautiful thing, at least on a slightly higher level. But it all depends on the relationship. Not every dude is a dominant. Some dudes are submissives.
So wait, I want to keep on. I just want to solidify this groundwork. She should think I want sex from him more than he is wanting sex from her.
Yes.
That,
Now,
but
check.
do
Keep
you
this in
think
mind
that
as
is
well.
realistic?
In my system, I have an overarching system that has different people in different walks of life who come to me for advice. So there's a delineation between me saying how I live my life and how I present the character of Brody Dharma for content, which is pretty much parodizing and satirizing my own real experiences, which is going to come off by proxy in ways that come off more misogynistic, chauvinistic, and sexist. But my system isn't based in those theories and those ideas and those isms. So
Okay.
if we're speaking in general, I'm not going to box into saying women should do this and men should do that. But if I'm talking about my own perspective and for people who resonate with me, that's where those ideas will come in at.
Those ideas that women want to be with men more than men want to be with women, or that's the ideal.
I'm not speaking to that type of absolute. I'm saying that if you are a man who fashions yourself and views yourself, desires to have a certain level of influence in your relationship and to be the captain of your ship, that the idea that you're going to have that without that woman greatly being sexually attracted to you is unlikely. And the chances of you
Without that
having
woman
that
being okay.
without removing your ego from sexuality is extremely low. So what I advise men to do is to put themselves in a position where they put their ego first to get to a point where you feel secure with what's going on with you and that woman, and then you move forward from there. But you have to have a real standard within yourself of what it means and what it looks like for a woman to like you. For some women you come across, that standard of what you think it means for a woman to like you is a stretch. For
Okay.
some women, it's going to be easy.
I don't want you to go too far off because we got to still make sure we get this clear. And I appreciate you, but I just want to see if I want to reiterate or say back to what I hear what you're saying and for the audience too. So, of course, people should. I think it's great if you're teaching that men should not just be whoring themselves out, so to speak, because the real hoes we're starting to find out are the men, not the women. We are called, it's such gaslighting when men go around in society and call women hoes, 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 when they're the ones who have sex on their minds. Not all men, but many have sex in their minds 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're thinking about how to get sex 24 hours, 7 days a week. So, but they project and they gaslight and say, "Oh, you women are hoes. You women are hoes." So, the reason I said that is, I think it's great if you're telling men, "Listen, have some, some value. Don't just jump in. Don't just whore yourself out like most men do because of their nature." Okay, just a second. And I said because of their nature, because for me, women are hypergamous and men are polygynous. So, yeah, so what I'm hearing is men should hold back and not just jump in, and then that will result in her being more interested. There is some truth to that. Maybe that's what I'm
That's
hearing.
not what I'm saying, though.
Oh, okay, then okay, you're not saying that. But then maybe you're saying, are you saying that women will desire men if men don't just go after them?
I'm not saying that either. What
Okay,
I'm
well,
saying is
give
that
me a little bit more just for me,
so
just
I'm
break
saying is
it
that
down elementary.
I don't believe that a woman can truly respect a man as a leader who she can easily manipulate with access to sex.
Oh, okay.
And the
Why do you
only
use the word
way to
manipulate? Why do you use the word manipulate though?
relationships are all about manipulation.
Oh,
It's
really?
not all bad manipulation. Some
Okay.
of the manipulation is good. Sometimes I'm with my girl and I'm like, oh, I seen what you did right there. That was some pretty good manipulation. I'm gonna let it
Oh,
ride.
wow. So you don't think it's just genuine when people just do things in a symbiotic system as in a relationship, or if they just work with reciprocity, like I want this from you, and then I will feed you back this, and it's just like a reciprocal thing. You think it's all about they're just planning. Okay, you don't think it's just a natural. We're together. I'll do this for you because it makes me feel good. And then the person's like, oh, thank you. And I'll do this for you because it makes me feel good.
I mean, I think that's a component of it, of course. But at the end of the day, how do you get from you being two completely separate people who do not know each other to being in a position where you have that symbiotic relationship? And to me, I see that there is a process of what people either consider courtship or dating that gets to that position. And I believe that most of the time, the way that you go into a relationship typically is going to set the tone for how it's going to transist, throughout the relationship.
Yeah, so
You know, if
you're
you go into
you're
go
planning.
ahead.
No, you're planning so yes, so you're sitting back and you're like laying out a plan instead of just like, oh, I'm listening to you. This is something I resonate with. I will I'm drawn to you more. And so let's work together. You're not doing it like that. You're like, oh, okay, I hear that she really likes to go rollerblading on Sunday afternoons. I want to figure out how I can get her to um maybe I'll get some free transportation and strap some reins on her and she can pull me in a rix what's it called, a rickshaw, or what's that thing called, where the Chinese people carry it and they run. Oh, Robin, come back in. I think he fell in. Okay.
No, I'm here.
Peace,
It was
Robin.
ringing the bell.
Peace,
Hey,
Sister Freedom.
yes.
He fell off. Damn.
He'll probably come back on. I just want to make sure he was saying
I
something.
don't know what happened to the call just now, but yeah,
You
yeah. If I
popped
wanted to
up.
do that, I could. See. There's certain things I may not advocate for, but if I wanted to, I could. Man, the other day I was about to go to this anime convention. Some other stuff came up, and I was talking to my girl. My girl was like my submissive. She was like, "Well, what do you think about getting a leash, and then you could walk me around the anime convention like a dog?" So to me, like these more extreme examples, I'm not good with seeing certain stuff as jokes because I might do it for real.
But you know what?
Yeah.
When you say that, I want to just let you know somebody, and I'm gonna let you talk, Robin. Like, how you said manipulation? See, to you, maybe that's like, oh yeah, she looks like a submissive. But now these days, it's making her look more desirable, and it's putting her up on a higher level than it puts her, the master. So that whole
Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna
That's
bet.
good. It
Well,
should make her more
well,
attractive. Whatever she does for me, if other dudes see it,
well, it's
it
not
should make her
submissive
more
anymore.
attractive to them as well.
But
That
it's
way she
but
knows
wait
that
a
she's
minute,
not just
Brody.
following what I say for no reason.
No, Brody, no, 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 no. It doesn't make her look like a sub anymore. It makes you look like a stand-in while she's showing herself off.
I don't
It
care about that. Like,
no, so
this is
but
what
I
you
just
gotta
you said
understand.
sub.
Like, for
But you
me,
said
I
sub,
got
but
my
you said
own
sub.
program of
Yeah,
how I get down.
yeah.
If what a woman wants to do is in alignment with my program, my structure, my system, and
Right.
she already doing what she need to do, if she got an idea to take my program further, I'm gonna listen. I don't care about what it looked like to nobody else. I never gave a fuck
Okay.
about that. I'm
Time
sorry, we ain't
time
got that many
out,
cuss
Ninja,
words left.
please, because he's been talking. So you get timed out. I don't need anybody. If you want to do a show, Ninja, get your own channel up and you do it like that. I don't need any advice from your no faced, could be a Russian bot behind. Okay, let me say this though. He has been talking, but I want to point this out because I want to talk to people who say they do BDSM and they have subs. You don't have a sub anymore if the sub is gaining over you. That's no longer sub. What you're doing is you're displaying, maybe you're doing some kind of sexual act, or you're showing maybe you're borderline bondage if you're leading her around on a leash. But when I see these men with women walking around with women with collars and leashes, that's not true submissive. Those aren't
I don't
subs
think you know
anymore.
what you're talking about because
Oh,
there could
I
be
know
several
exactly
different
what I'm talking
contexts.
about.
There could be so many different contexts behind how those situations are set up, and it may or may not be a direct reflection of what their relationship dynamic is on a dom sub dynamic level. I think you're virtue signaling because something that was said or something that you heard triggered you a little bit. I think you're twisting a lot of the things that I'm
I
saying
think you're
instead of taking
wrong.
what I say at face value. I'm not
Hold
trying
on.
to come
I
at you in
can
that
tell
way.
you you're wrong. Don't start getting personally. I'm not nobody said anything in the chat. I'm talking about people who pretend that they know that they're doing dom and sub, and they're just doing like cookie cutter mainstream sexual exploitation. And that's what is real. When you walk around with a woman with a leash and a collar these days, like you said, things change. it's no longer her as a sub. She's actually the dom. The guy who's doing it is actually her sub. He's her servant. He's thinking that he's got power, but people are looking at her like, damn, she's sexy. She's so awesome. They're focusing on the woman with the leash. They're not focusing on the guy. And that is why I am speaking on this. I do know true submission is to humiliate. Now you could take out your notebook, Brody. True submission is to humiliate. I'm going to say it one more time for you because you're learning something. True
You're not teaching me
submission.
anything right now, man.
Oh, I think I am. True submission, and then I'm going to hand it over to Robin. True submission to everyone who thinks they're doing Dom. And so if you're a man and you're walking around with a woman on a leash, you're playing yourself. You think you're the Dom. You are the sub. I know you're laughing because you're triggered. Brother, hold on.
I'm not laughing because I'm triggered. You twisted stuff.
Let me finish.
Brody, let him finish, please.
And then I'm going to hand it over. Listen, if you're calling yourself a Dom, you better have your sub in a form of humiliation. I'm going to say it one more time. If you think that you have a sub and she's walking around in a sexy, cute little outfit with a collar on her neck and a leash, you're the one that's the sub. She's got all the power and all the attention and all the praise and adoration and admiration. You are just a stand-in, almost borderline cuck. However, if you're putting her in a position where she's truly humiliated, now you've gotten into the Dom position. So when I see all these women walking around with these men and they having collars and leashes, these women are getting admired. That's not the idea of a sub. A sub is someone who doesn't get any attention or any admiration, and the Dom does.
Absolutely.
Okay,
All right, before the next person comes in, I want to take like 1 minute to say why you're wrong. Now, check this out, right? Listen, when it comes to Dom sub dynamics, that there isn't just a conversation of humiliation. That is only one component of BDSM.
The first one.
So going through all of this different stuff to say, well, she's really getting attention. Nobody is going to do anything that they don't derive some type of pleasure or enjoyment from. So if you're talking about one example of one role play that somebody could possibly do and say, oh, that person's not really a Dom because they do this or they do that, that's bogus. Humiliation and degradation is only one component of it. And once you get into people doing things that they don't enjoy or don't like doing, now you're getting into coercive type of behavior. Everything I do is consensual. So if I want to flex that my girl gonna do this or do this for me from time to time, cool. But at the end of the day, it's like all these hoops to jump through to try to call somebody a fake Dom or say they aren't who they say they are. It's like if you're not in that dynamic, you don't know, regardless of what you see on the surface. Like somebody could say that they're a cuck when they a pimp. Like people could say and present things socially in a different perspective than what's going on behind the closed doors. Like humiliation and degradation is only one component of the whole amalgamation of what creates BDSM. So saying that because the woman is happy to be there or because she enjoys it or because she's deriving a little bit of validation from the fact that she's doing something. No, I see that as killing two birds in one stone. Right. But that's why I said when I got on here or not too long ago that sometimes when you're in a dominant position in a relationship, it's about killing two birds with one stone. Like sometimes it might be a situation where I know that a woman is doing something that comes with her social programming and that this isn't something that is a sign of just how extremely feminine submissive she is with me. This is just something she wants to do. But guess what? That same woman may not do that for every single man she comes across. And if that benefits me and can be incorporated into our protocols, right? Since you want to talk about BDSM, our protocols is part of how we interact with each other. That's good. I see a difference between oil checks and protocols. So I might spend a good portion of the time I'm dealing with a woman in protocols, and we might periodically do more of our role play scenarios or more of our public exhibitionist displays. that doesn't change or alter the dynamic of what our relationship is if we're consented to and agreed with it and we're on the same page. So this whole idea that humiliation has to be something that
No, you
makes the
got
woman
it.
feel
You got it.
bad,
Okay.
Let me
I
say
get
something, Paul.
it's the stretching component.
He's
Yes, it may
really
not stretch a woman if she's already into that.
okay.
It
So
may
you
not
said a
stretch a
lot.
woman if she's already into it.
Yeah,
Cool.
you said a lot, but let me just
And I,
say these three,
okay.
and I promise I'll give the mic to you. You can do what you like. You can, like you said, you can do your exhibitionism. You can, but it's not true. And I do. I'm not out of my wheelhouse, Immortal Dragon. This is my complete lane.
Don't even worry about what they
You can do real traditional sub and dom. Never has a person on an equal footing or even getting more admiration or adoration or attention than the dom. But you're right, you can do it any way you like, but just I see people doing play with sub dom relationships, and then they get say, oh, I do it the way I want. Yeah, then that's not that's not a traditional sub dom relationship. A
I'm not
sub
traditional anything.
well, yeah. So, real dominant summer relationship is where
Listen, we can get into this,
humiliation,
but when you're using words
Nepal,
like
you gotta
real,
know
you're
what
virtue
Echo
signaling
is.
and
humiliation.
you're imposing your
Nepal,
values, and I
wait a
will
minute,
show you how
Brody,
you're wrong.
Brody,
It's a
Brody, wait,
sassy nigga apocalypse.
Brody, wait a minute. Nepal, do you know you got an echo?
No, that's his. When I mute him out, let me see. Do I still have an echo?
No,
I'm not
Brody.
echoing,
Make
right?
sure that
It's
your
his mic.
YouTube is closed out while you're on the stream.
Yeah, thank you. So, Freedom, go ahead.
Okay, Brody, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You gotta take the mute off. Make sure your YouTube is closed out while you on the stream.
It was echoing.
Yes.
Yeah, now she's echoing. Okay. So, thank you for coming to the panel, Robin. Sister
Okay.
Freedom.
Thank you. Brody, did you? Because other than that, when I'm talking, you're gonna have to put it on mute. Is your YouTube?
Is your YouTube on, Brody?
No, my YouTube isn't on.
Okay.
Well,
Well, here's the situation.
could you
Nepal, you are
when
100%.
we talk, I guess there's an echo. So when she's talking, do you mind just muting? And then when you want to talk, you can unmute. Thank you, Brody. Okay,
Okay.
go ahead. Freedom.
Nepal, I want to first say that you're 100% correct. Okay.
Thank you,
And I
sweetie.
want to also say that a man, because he started off talking about a man making his ego, like pushing his ego up. You know what I mean? So I'm saying to myself, I'm trying to understand what Brody is saying about making himself, so you want him to manipulate himself into thinking he's more than what he is, so you use the woman to up your ego, to help your ego look good in front of other people by doing things like putting her on a leash and this, that, and another. I mean, to me, that's really a weak and insecure man. But if I'm just trying to make sure that that's not what you're saying. Like, you want people to look at your ego be this much, so I'm gonna do this so people could know I'm the man. I'm up. Like, you're not saying that, are you, Brody? I was just making sure, because
The point that I was making was in the context of the beginning of relationships, as in, if you are a man who is seeking a relationship, my belief is that the context of the Madonna whore complex typically comes from the comparison between your perception of what that woman is capable of versus what she's presenting to you. So
why do
when
you
I
need
brought up about putting your ego
to
first,
gradually get in it? Why you just can't gradually get to know her and she gradually get to know you? Because it's going to be new things that y'all learn about each other as you going along with the relationship. Why do you have to dominate her? Why do you have to use her to pull your ego up? And I'm just trying to figure that out, because that's not what.
these straw mans on top of straw mans. What I'm saying is this right here. In the context of, see, when I brought up that topic, I was talking about body count, sexual past, people's sexual issues and insecurities,
But why do
right?
you need to know that? Why do you need to know how many people she went to bed with?
I don't care about that. I'm giving you the reasons as to why I don't care about it, which was a systematic process that I developed that I share with others.
But do you say that you're again? I just wanted to get you to take it. I want to take it back to the topic. So Is he holding himself back because he needs to be paid first? Let's not get into like the abstract like respect, and does he need to get something of value and tangible value from a woman if he has sex with her?
So since I see how words is twisted up, I'm just shoot it to you straight.
Yeah,
My entire
man.
Uh-oh, he fell off. I wasn't twisting him up.
I know you're not at all. I just we're going by with how he's saying it.
I know. I want him to come back because he said it's not free. Because I know as a woman, we talk straight. Women are straight.
Yeah.
That's why prostitution is one of the most unfortunately, one of the most lucrative businesses in the world since antiquity.
And
So
then I'm
women
saying,
don't talk
you
about I need some respect. And when I say women, I'm talking about women who are soliciting themselves. So
yeah, and then I'm just trying to. It's just making me wonder. Like you need role play, but what you can't just get up without it, without all of that. You need that.
I think that's a different side of him that he's talking about. But I appreciate you hitting the panel. I want to hear more from him because it's like it seems to me that he's really, while he's on the bigger screen, maybe, and if you can hear me, Brody, please come back and I will give you the floor completely. He's not really saying straight up. Oh, here he is. I just want to know straight up, brother. I'm glad you're back. We're not trying to twist you up. Okay.
Well, what I was saying is that it is about what a man for himself considers to be respect. So when I say starting off from a dominant position, I'm talking about the frame of reference, right? What it means to be masculine is to have a system of how things should be in my system. When it comes to being feminine, that's about choosing your desire to connect with an individual over doing things the predetermined way and structure that you have set in your mind. So when I'm talking about dominance, I talk about coupling dominance with masculinity. My definition of dominance is being the primary giver of pleasure, primary receiver of control, right? So if you're so fixated on wanting the pleasure of that woman's vagina, then automatically, if she's the gatekeeper of sexuality in that way, she is in a lot of levels the dominant within that relationship. So as a man, I believe that if you value yourself, you fashion yourself as a masculine man or as a more so a dominant man, then your goal and your role is to deal with the women who are sexually attracted enough to you to be willing to sleep with you on your terms, right? And what that helps you with is an understanding of consent, right? Because consent has been escalated from, it's a wider spectrum of what it used to be. Every 10 to 15 years, the narrative of what's considered consent changes. So it used to be no means no, then it became affirmative consent, which is yes means yes, then enthusiastic affirmative consent, and then now we're at FRIES, which is freely given, revocable, informed, enthusiastic, and specific. So the whole point, not the whole point, but a big portion of saying that penis is not free or D is not free is to say that since there are things that you're doing with a woman that put you in a vulnerable position in regards to society and possibly even your freedom, that the way that that woman can show you that she's serious about wanting to interact with you is by making an investment herself that could be considered coercing you. It's a power exchange.
Mm-hmm. But it is free though, and you may be I believe you what you're doing, but for the most part, you're on the fringe and you're atypical because men, that is their full motive is to gain sex. So the woman, there has to be, you know, I talked about dom and sub, but there the twist, the plot twist, so to speak, is that women do have the power, all of it. You can find new ways, innovative ways to try to work that out, but you will find out in the end that it's futile. Women,
it's assassinating apocalypse. In what way does a woman have power that a man doesn't? Tell me right now. I want to know.
You're the one that wants the sex, and we can see who can hold out longer. and it's women.
Listen, once I touch the bottom of that thing and I make her cry on it, she gonna be willing to open up that pocketbook. I'm trying to be nice on here and talk
You're
real
talking
polite
about.
and correct.
Wait a minute. Hold
And
on.
if I say no, she ain't getting no
Yeah.
penis from me.
Guess
Consent
what?
is a two-way street. If
But
I ain't gonna give her none, she ain't gonna get none. She can sit there and
Brody,
cry in the car about it. She can cry in the car about it.
You keep on
If
saying
I don't
that.
want to give her no penis,
You already
she ain't
said
getting
that.
none.
But Brody, that is something that you have been told by maybe a group of women, but most
The
women
only ones that matter. No one else matters.
Are they
No
still
one
watching?
matters but the
I'm gonna
women
hand the
I'm
mic
sleeping
over
with.
Let me say this. We know for a fact, I'm not going to get in your personal life, so I'm going to say this. We know for a fact all the men that talk about hitting the bottom of that thing don't stick around, and the women don't stay with them. They're gone. So if they're gone, it wasn't that big of a deal. And in the end, you didn't.
It only matters as long as the relationship lasts. This is what you got to understand.
No, you're not listening.
Nobody controls anybody for forever or really at all. People are only somewhere because they want to be there. As long as that relationship dynamic is in the frame of your program as a man, when you're dealing with a woman, what she did before and what she do afterwards, it really don't matter. If a woman ain't in my wheelhouse, whether she want to sleep with me, whether she want to listen to me, no matter what she want, it don't matter. She don't exist to me. It's out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, so as long as she's my submissive when she's with me, cool. If she's not, then she can kick rocks with open-toed shoes. We got to stop putting value on women who we not actually dealing with. Men would get online and complain about women who they are not dealing with and who will never deal with. Like for me, I express my point of view, and how I live is how I live. You know, it's documented how I live. I'll put it like this right here. There are men who come to me for advice who are already living the same way that I live, and they don't even want advice like that. They just want to chop it up, or they want, like, listen, I'm in a different lane with how I deal with women. The men who come to me for advice oftentimes are men who are already having a way with women that they're dealing with, and they're trying to find out ways of more healthily integrating into a fuller relationship from a position of already being in control. I'm not sitting here trying to talk to a bunch of dudes who's like, I'm trying to help a man first get to a point where the average experience he has with women that he deals with is that they greatly sexually desire him, and to help him traverse that process, because there's several. What is it?
Let me say, because you're saying power. How, if she's sexually desiring him and then she's paying him, do you think he's in a dominant position where she's only having sex with him, or do you think it's more realistic that she has a few guys like him?
I don't care about that. I really don't care. I'm not monogamous.
You said dominant. You said dominant position. No, it's not about you caring. You said you said masculine power and masculine this and that and power. You use those words. If he's a penis that can hit the bottom of that, so to say, and cry and make her cry, and then she gives him some money, do you think she's seeing him as a man who has power, or as something that is her object that she owns? And I'm gonna pass the mic to Robin after you answer that.
I think that to be in a dominant position is almost inherently playing the role of the animus or the enemy. Now, you can get at as close to who you really are as possible, but if you're in a position where someone desires you on that level, automatically you are on some level objectified and accepting that level of objectification, right? That's my opinion. So yes, when you're a dom, you have to earn certain things. Like, you have to earn and work towards having the right to display more levels of your vulnerability, unless that's incorporated to your program off top. You have to earn the right for you to be in a position where you can show that love and affection and vulnerability, understanding that there's a chance that that woman might lose some level of respect for you because you're closer to each other and that gap is being closed. But, you know, if you desire sustainable relationships, that's a necessary part of the deal. If you don't, then you can just go from woman to woman doing whatever you do. I think that a lot of men that I've talked to and that I've had conversations with, and women I've talked to and had conversation with, women I've dealt with, and just women I know in general, once a woman has truly experienced what it means to surrender herself to a man and what it really feels like to allow herself to be vulnerable in that way, it don't really matter how much money a man has given her, or how much a man wants to love her, or what type of relationship he wants to have. who can give her that feeling is who she desires in her heart. She might be able to logically put that to the side and make a better decision about her life path if the trajectory isn't well with that man. But ultimately, as a man, you should only deal with women who like you on a certain level. Is that a guarantee that that relationship is going to work out for forever? No, but it's about your anima.
Not going to respect me. Because
yeah,
if I
it's not. It's
see a
not.
man asking, if I'm paying a man anything and any woman, I'm going to go out on a limb and say any woman who is at least has an understanding of male role, female role, and I'm not just saying traditional. I'm talking about biologically, in relationships. I'm not just saying it has to fit a mold. Just I'm going to go with the basics biologically. A man, like you're talking about the provider, a man is the giver of the, what do you say? He's the one who provides. And if I have to give him something after sex, he's like my bitch. And
I'm gonna break down how. So the very important. I want to break down. I don't want to cut you off, but there's a very important thing I want to say about what you just said that kind of ties in a lot of these things together. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I did want to say that.
And Freedom, if you want to jump in, you're muted.
Yeah, because I gotta get ready to go too.
Go ahead and can I just let her comment and then you can
I'm listening and trying to understand what he's saying, but he's saying that if he give it to her good sexually, that it doesn't matter what he has or what he's giving to her.
No, she's gonna want to pay him and she's gonna cry because it was so good, but that's not true.
Well, he already know that that's not true.
Yeah, she ain't gonna want to pay him because he sexed her good.
Listen, I got proof. I have proof. I have receipts. I have reviews. Everything that I say can be backed up and verified thoroughly. First off, I'm gonna say that. Brody, but the next thing I'm gonna say is this. Next thing I'm gonna say is this is the point that I wanted to get off. Before we go off, this is the point that I wanted to make. The point that I wanted to make is that sexual polarity on the innocence level, right? Which means pre-exposure to greater levels of sexuality and pre-exposure to power imbalances within relationships. In that context, there's only two contexts in which it is masculine for a man to pursue a woman. That's when you're integrated and when you're innocent. In between there, that's not the case. It's like when you're innocent and neither one of you are exposed to sexuality, the woman hasn't been exposed to sexuality, she doesn't know what it's like to desire a man on that level, to be willing to pursue him. So in her eyes, if she holds herself back and then you pursue her and you provide for her, you get to know her, and then now you're sexually connected, and this is further than what she's previously been sexually and emotionally, then yes, that can create a level of sexual polarity. But once that woman has been exposed to a certain level of that sexuality and a certain level of surrendering to those power imbalances, then it's no longer sexuality. Now you pursuing this woman trying to build a relationship is simping. Now you pursuing this woman is putting yourself in a weak position. Like once that woman has been exposed to it, she knows in the recesses of her mind that that capacity is there. If you're not a man that she feels that way about to be receptive to you, on the level of how you will approach her, she don't like you, leave her alone. That's my philosophy. So when it comes to this whole sexual component, what is the most she's ever given to a man to say, this is how I show that I value a man that I'm with? If she's not at least doing those things when she meets you, then you're not that guy to her. There's one law in the game.
When you need something from a woman,
playing mental games with her and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and you're objectifying yourself as a man.
Games and I mean, it just. What do you want to show her that you think that? How long does sex last, Brody? I mean, what it is? Do you think?
I don't need you to answer that. We don't want him to get into details, Robin.
No, I'm not his sex. I'm talking about
right.
Sex.
I got you.
I'm just saying. Why do you want to play head games? You're gonna say because if she wants it, I can say no. Okay. I mean, we can do the same.
We don't care about that.
Yes, we don't.
Listen.
That, but wait a minute, Brody. Do you want a relationship with this woman, or do you want to play head games? Because that's how it sounds. I mean, it just sounds like you want to play head games with the woman. Like it's just, why do these men do this? Why?
Hey.
One second, please, Brody. 1 second, please. Dueling in the After Dark backstage. I need you to turn on your camera so I can see who you are. This brother, I know him from from a sister. I just have to see who you are and you if you want to join the. And I know Robin. Okay, yes, thank you. So go ahead. I'm sorry, Brody. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it's just like the reality of it is, do you want a relationship with the girl or you don't want a relationship or you just want somebody to play with? Because
listen, we think in completely different frames of mind.
you really are.
I'm relationship minded. I'm in a relationship.
Okay.
I'm non-monogamous. So
Okay.
I have multiple relationships. My issue is this right here. We're talking about this.
Wait a minute. Are you
RN? This is my point right here, right?
I want to make sure I'm hearing what you're saying. You are in multiple relationships? Are you in
This
one?
is what
Please just answer that one question. Are you in one relationship or multiple?
Because you said monogamous, but I didn't know if you said have or had.
Yes, I was
I said I am non-monogamous.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so he does want to play. That
So,
when he said that,
so you would say you're polygynous. Why are you right? You're a polygynist.
What he's doing is playing.
Are you a
I believe in I'm an equitable non-monogamous.
So you don't think that's polygyny? You don't like that word?
There's different. There are different political nuances that come with each way of titling these relationship dynamics and structures. Like I don't, and you talking about head games. Listen, everything that I say is public information. I don't do all this lying to women. I've never in my life lied to a woman to have sex with her. I've never in my life, like, listen, there's certain things I just don't do. Like y'all talk about dudes playing games. What's really playing games is knowing that you want to sleep with a woman, not knowing if she's going to be somebody you could be in a relationship with, and then leading with the idea that you want a relationship with that woman. To me, that's playing games. Right. To me, I under promise and over deliver. Every woman I deal with has to come into the door as a casual sex partner. If it goes beyond that, cool. If it don't, cool. Like that's how I deal with it. Like I'm gonna deal with the women who stick around. So if I'm sleeping with multiple women, and then a woman decides that
the ones that stick around after you tell them that you're not, that I don't want a relationship. It's not that you even have to say that you're messing with other women. You just say, I'm not really wanting a relationship now. If you want to, if you want us to play, you know what I'm saying? Then
no. All the virtue signaling with the play and all this other stuff. I'm not gonna stand for that stuff. No. Listen. I tell women straight up. Listen. Either we can go in this casual. Either we can go. Either we can go in this casual route, and that's probably all it will be. If you want the possibility of things going beyond that, understand that I couldn't marry a woman I wouldn't call her. I'm a BDSM guy. I like sex, so there are going to be women that I deal with on a more casual level. But I only move forward in trajectory with women who submit themselves to me, as above, so below. So for me, if a woman is not willing to come into the door as a casual sex partner, I would never be her boyfriend.
Why do you look down on women so much that you would want them submitting their selves? You don't look highly at women that you think that women don't want a relationship and be with just one person. You look down on women so much as to say is, if they submit themselves to the way that I want them to do and what I want them to. Come on, why are you doing that?
Submission isn't a bad word. Men are submissive too. And I encourage men who are submissive to be submissive. I encourage men who are submissive to be submissive with their women. You're coming in here with these value judgments on words that I'm using, and you're placing your own internal no, because you're throwing your own little slick shit on top of the words that I'm saying to your interpretation. No, there are men who are submissive, and I encourage those men to be submissive to their dames. I encourage those men who are submissive to bless their dame cash app. To do those different things.
Relationship with to be submissive to you.
A woman don't have to. One is everything is a relationship. Brody, it's all a relationship.
Oh my God,
Brody. Okay, just a minute, please. Thank you, Brody and Sister Freedom. I'm gonna let Dueling After Dark come in, and he wanted to make a comment. I appreciate you coming in with this.
I might can get on my other thing, but I gotta go get Nana.
Okay, all right. Thank you for joining. Okay. Well, we might still be here. I appreciate Brody not running because this is the toughest environment, Brody. You do know that.
Thank you, Brody.
You're supposed to be coming over here doing some debating.
Don't forget about tonight either, Nepal, so don't make it
Oh yes, you
Uh,
might want to get him for your male panel.
Yeah, we're putting it. Oh, okay. Tonight, the women are all going on, and we're going to speak about why we feel as though that we may have to take the leadership role in the home. You know what I'm saying? In relationships or whatever, but the men are not living up to their positions. Simple as that. And we're telling why. Not all men. I better say that because people get sensitive. So not all men, okay, Brody, excuse me, or Dooley. I'm not talking about all men. But tonight, the women are expressing themselves on Unscrambled Minds at 9 o'clock. Then the men will be able on a panel to, after they listen to us, to come back Friday, hopefully. After I'm trying to put the panel together again on Unscrambled Minds, to after they've listened to us, and you can also come in on tonight once we open the panel to say what you agree with and you don't, and why you don't agree with it. You understand what I'm saying, Brody and Dooley? That make a lot of sense to y'all.
All right.
Y'all not
I'm
answering
listening.
me. That's what I'm saying. I want y'all to answer me. You see what I'm saying? So if you want to be part of the panel, please leave your information. Let Nepal know.
Right. I'll get you in touch with him through the sister.
Yep.
I think
Hello, can you hear me?
for the
Yes,
male panel.
yes.
Please, Julie, not
Oh,
to
okay. I apologize about that. Yeah.
Um,
Peace, family. Peace, Nepal.
Wait a minute,
Yeah. Peace,
Dooley,
family.
Dooley and Brody. A lot of times men don't express themselves, and women don't either because they're afraid they're going to lose their relationship or whatever the reason may be. But if you want to be a part of the panel with the men, please, okay?
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
cool.
Thank you.
All right, great. Okay, thank you, Robin. Thank you,
Okay.
Sister Freedom. Okay, what would you like to add? You're listening to the brothers' very interesting take on relationships and positions that roles we play. What do you have to add, Dueling After Dark?
Um. Um. Well, from my perspective, it sounds like it's a double standard, man. When you said earlier, when a man is being submissive to a woman and a woman is paying him, it kind of makes him her bitch, right? Like that's the word you use. I was intrigued, like, well, hold on, wait a minute.
Wait. So you're
Like,
talking to me?
yes, ma'am, I'm talking to
So
you.
you
Yeah.
don't agree? You don't agree that
No,
if it's like object it's like a gigolo. Like it's like he's
you said it's like
objectifying.
right. Um, it's an interesting double standard.
Why? Go ahead. What do you mean?
Well, you have, of course, when it comes to any form of predation or any form of payment or any form of exchange is just common. So between all of us, so being able to pay a woman shouldn't be no different than being able to pay a man. And I think the power would lie in the exchange in itself, if you understand what I'm saying, in regards to whoever's going to take it. So if a woman was able to receive payment from her job, would that necessarily make her the job's bitch?
When you go to a restaurant and you sit down and eat food, does the restaurant pay you for the food you ate?
No, ma'am.
No. So men pursue sex, women pursue power and protection and support and adoration. Men pursue sex and comfort from women. Women pursue, like I said, protection, support. They want the powerful man who can protect her and support her. So if a man is objectifying himself by he's getting what he wants, first off, he's getting the sex, and then he's getting paid for the sex, it's lopsided. What is she getting? If she's paying him, she's not getting the protection and the support. She's giving the sex and she's giving him financial stability. What is he doing? He becomes like the female. He plays the feminine role.
Would we not agree that sex is an exchange for both parties?
It is an exchange in the context of there's a mutual love and a mutual satisfaction as far as physical satisfaction. But if we're talking about a social dynamic, and then we're adding in payments, when we're talking about money now, like currency that you can use to, interact in society, now we're not talking about something mutual. We're talking about um societal positions, like positions in in the way we function in society. So if I'm giving him sex as a woman and then also paying him, where is he playing his male role? He's no longer the protector and the provider. And then he's ultimately become, I don't know if he fell off or if he just left. I hope he's coming
No,
back.
he's still with us. No, he's still with us.
I don't see
I can
him.
see it on the
No,
camera.
that's
Uh,
Mr. Freedom.
that's somebody else. That's me. Oh, okay. No, he must have fell
I
off
don't know
mute.
what happened to him.
Yeah,
I hope he comes back. He may have had to do something, but I'm sure he'll
yeah.
be. But so that's my point. Women get with men. Newsflash, brothers. I want you to just. I hope you're sitting down dueling after dark. Men,
I'm,
to my
I'm
husband
driving.
especially. Well, my husband already knows this. We don't get with you for sex. Dun dun dun! Oh no, clutches pearls. Let me get the. Hold on, hold on. Let me get. Where's my Steven?
Down, down, down.
We don't get with you for sex. Yes, we love to make love with our husbands and we love you, but we don't get with you for sex. Sex is involved because men always want it. So we don't have to worry about that. We are with you because you protect us, support us, and adore us and make us feel special. That's what we're for. We feel special with you. We feel protected with you. We feel like we're in a safe position, in a safe status. That's why we seek out the most powerful, the guy that, and it doesn't always mean money, the guy that can beat everybody up, the guy who's the smartest, the guy who has the most money, or all of the, and or all of that above. Get it? The guy who everybody goes to for information and advice. That's who we're drawn to. We are hypergamous. It's not just always about money, but money is involved because once we start paying men, that is not hypergamy. That is childcare. Or we are we're the males. Am I saying that women, when their husbands get in a bind financially, I want to really, you always have to say this disclaimer. If a man doesn't have money or he's gotten a hard spot, that's not what I'm talking about. Because remember, I said it's not just money. But if that man is broke and he doesn't have a job, but he's still in a power position and he's like, I got to get some things done. I got to work this way. I got to make this happen. There's the power that we see. We call it hustler. A hustler is a powerful person because we know the hustler is always going to have it. So I don't want people to get triggered like she thinks men should just have money. I know that women are hypergamous. We don't look for the guy who's sitting there going, what am I going to do now, baby? Where are we going to get it from? Oh, well, hold on. I'm going to play a little Madden for a while and I'll think it out. No, she's like, damn. So she doesn't, that to her is not a turn on. You have become her son, and that is why she talks to you like that. If you have money, and then you start treating her like ignoring her, because remember I said also the adoration and the attention. If you start ignoring her, then she starts acting up too.
Okay. So I'll respond to both parts of the conversation. So in regards to women not wanting sex for men, I don't agree with that because I would say that we individually can't speak for all women, just like men can't speak for all men. That's anecdotal. And for two, for a woman to compensate a man for sex, and let's agree that that would be like, paying a child, would we argue or agree that these are grown women having sex with children? So then what would that say for the woman who's paying for sex from a child? Would we consider that molestation of this grown man? I don't know. So
Hey,
that's
you
it.
know what? I'm gonna say this. I'll try to cut out. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No, continue. Go ahead.
So my bad, I fell out because my phone overheated. But my point is that sexual polarity is changed by exposure to different experiences. So while we may look at masculine and feminine, this is what most people do in the spiritual community. They only look at things as this false dichotomy of either you're high vibrational or low vibrational, as if there is nothing in between the two. As in either you're in survival mode, which means that a man wanting to be desired by a woman sexually just means that you're sassy, and then they'll find anything possible to try to say that you're weak or gay because it's nothing but a virtue signal and a shaming tactic. So for most things, I just lean into it. Like one thing I've learned is that like there is no red flag that's gonna stop a woman who really likes you from wanting that penis. Like it's not gonna, it don't matter. So I'll say anything to a woman. I don't care. Like anything a woman ever says about me negative, typically I lead with that at some point in the first few days of a conversation. I'm like, I've had a few women call me a narcissist before. You know what? They may not have been the wrongest in the world, but if you deal with a woman in a way that makes her feel good and you let her know the boundaries around what it takes to deal with you, is different. I don't deal with a woman in a way where I'm constantly worried about her emotional ups and downs because I ground myself. So when I talk about a woman paying for D, I'm not talking about a woman saying, "Oh, it's just a feeling that feels so good that I just want that sensation in my body." It has a lot more to do with the woman saying, the way this man talks to me, the way this man handles me, the way that I feel about this man, it's so strong that it can be a self-fulfilling cycle, as in it doesn't need to be immediately reciprocated for me to feel good about the fact that I feel that there's an imbalance in how much we like each other. And that's the difference between me as a dom versus how a lot of women like to be doms. Not all the way, but I think that it's more likely for a man to be cool with being in a relationship with someone he has seen as some of the most submissive he could see towards him than a woman. Like I think there's some women who are cool with settling and then taking a guy who's a submissive. But what I've noticed is that most women, if we're going to put it in BDSM terms, have brat tendencies, and they're looking for a man who can tame that brat, or they're looking for a man who gives them the freedom to be themselves on a wider scale. So for me, the respect I've got for women has never been about how much money I had or all this other stuff. No, it's like women just treat me like a man. Like when I meet women out in public every day, people call me sir, no sir, yes sir. That's how they talk to me. It's just an essence that you give off and how you carry yourself. And part of the sassy apocalypse is that I take advantage of the fact that I like being in a position where, because I know I can touch a woman good and I can talk to her good and I can organize some of her thoughts for her, some of her psychological frameworks, that this gives me a level of respect with women that I deal with, that men who have paid their bills in totality before haven't been able to get. That women have told me things within the first day or the first couple of hours or the first couple of weeks that they've never expressed to men that they spend years with, having children with, or getting married to, because meeting a woman on the foundation of her social mask is not the same as meeting a woman in the nature of who she truly is on a sexual level, right? Because a woman knows that if you're with the man who's there providing for you because he sees value in how difficult you are to sleep with, or value in how headstrong you are rather than how receptive she is to him, that this man's heart would be broken to know that she only has these boundaries with him. That's not how she really behaves herself with the man she really likes. That's why I take all conversations with women trying to insinuate that other women don't want sex and aren't willing to submit to a man, not just because he's going to do this or that for, but because he know how to touch her right. Oh, that's why I don't take none of that serious, because I know who y'all really are. Maybe some of y'all have put them days beside you. Maybe none of y'all were able to actually keep the man who were able to make you feel that way. But just because you weren't able to keep the man who can make you feel that way doesn't mean that that didn't happen. And it doesn't mean automatically that if a man who can make you feel that way were to come around again, that you wouldn't go for it. Which is why I don't trust those women who get on that soapbox, who try to be like, oh, I have self-respect now. No, that slutty side, that part of you that wants to do the most vile, decrepit, crazy shit in the world because of how much you like somebody, that's what I want. I want that part. You can keep that social mask, all that other stuff. You can have that. You can go get that to somebody else. Matter of fact, we non-monogamous. Go get you a boyfriend who gonna pay them bills, who gonna deal with all that other stuff. But I already know, man. I done have many women tell me, oh, even if I wait and go find a boyfriend, I'd still deal with you, or they'll. How little women actually care about money once they get their own money, and they just want a man who actually gonna touch them right and not make them constantly afraid that they're gonna catch an STD or get beat on, or who gonna judge them for being themselves. All that other stuff don't matter no more. It really don't.
Well, first off, that's just okay. That's every guy out there then, because a man, any woman that is saying, if I see right here, you are talking about male roles and masculinity. If a man is telling a woman she can go sleep with other men, no woman that is respecting a man is going to see him as the dominant. That any man who says, go sleep with other men, I'm just here to trick off for you. Like,
that's false.
What we hear. I let you say a lot, brother, and I appreciate your input. I hope you come
back. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Don't worry about it. You just said, you tell her, go get that money and go sleep with other guys. You just said you're telling men to objectify themselves. A real dom, a boss, a leader, never ever tells a woman, go give your body to someone else. We are very intelligent beings, and we know we're valuable. And yes, I could tell you there's always going to be someone who is not going to fit the generalization. However, if there was a contest of who could go longer without sex, women are going to win versus men. And I'm not saying that isn't possible for a man to go longer, but we know about women and men. We know about how our bodies work. We know how our bodies work. Our organs work differently, and I don't want to get too much into that, but everything, the way we if you're a woman and you value yourself, everybody isn't out here sleeping around like people want to push the black woman out there, like, all you sleeping around, look at all these STDs. The STDs are coming from men who are telling us, go sleep with another guy, but come back and let me hit the bottom of that and rock you to sleep with tears. Men who are dominant and powerful are telling you, you belong to me. Don't worry about paying me. Be there for me. Give me your sex, and I will be your power. I don't want to say daddy, but some women say daddy, poppy, leader, boss, king. No man who's dominant is telling you to go get sex from someone else. Just come give me the one I can hit the bottom, and don't forget to leave my payment on the nightstand. We don't respect men like that. I don't care how many women are telling you, baby, I can get it myself. She sees you as a child, as a boy, as a weakling, as an object, and you're more than that. I'm not speaking to you directly, Brody. You're more than that. You're more than that as a man.
Now check this out. Now I'm gonna say this, right?
Can I add in, Brody? Can I add in? Nepal, Sister Nepal. You are unique. Let's get that out the way.
I don't think I'm unique in this, though, because I see women in the chat agreeing with me.
I have to disagree with that. When you say stuff about what you say, you're speaking about yourself, and it sounds like you're adding other women into the situation. But the problem here is we're identifying with anecdotal experience. This is the thing that you won't tolerate.
It's all anecdotal. We're all adding anecdotal experience.
It's all anecdotal, but that's true.
Yeah.
But right. I will say, I saw a double standard there. I saw a double standard there, right? Like, not just a double standard, but like the whole idea that, a boss is this. But one, a man who's dominant on a certain level has enough experience with women to know that if you're going to accept a woman on the truest level of her nature, there's a high probability that she's going to want to at least talk to, entertain, or interact with other men at some point in time. So either you accept that portion of reality, or you're expecting a woman to sit there and lie to you, to coddle you, which is treating you like a child, for
Oh
one,
no.
right? Because she's not being real with you. And then on top of
I
that,
can.
another thing is this, and on top of that, saying what I want from you is your sex and your body. A dominant man isn't trying to get sex from woman. He's offering sex to the woman. Like the whole idea that a dominant man, a boss man, wants this woman's body so bad. Yeah, you want to sleep with your woman, but that sexual containment is what you offering to the woman. That's why women get so sketchy and so touchy about sex, because they understand sex. Now, sexual containment.
To be clear, sexual containment. What was it? Sperm retention? What are you talking about? Semen retention?
No, sexual containment is when you're in a position where you feel an inclination towards a slightly higher inclination towards being monogamous towards a person without them putting pressure on you to do it. That's sexual containment. So most women don't get to have true sexual containment. It's either psychological framework social sexual containment, meaning social programming, as in it's wrong for a woman to do this, it's wrong for a woman to do that, I shouldn't deal with a man like this, I shouldn't deal with a man like that. That's the father complex. That's the animus. Sexual containment that's gifted to a woman is when a woman is in a position where a man is touching her and talking to her and dealing with her in a way where she says, just where I am in my life right now, I don't want anybody else touching me. Yeah, if a woman's like that, you could give her all the encouragement in the world. She's free to do whatever she wants to do, and she probably still not gonna step out. But to assume that you're going to have that is very unrealistic.
Why
deal
is
with
it
the women who do.
Animals do it
Because like nature, human beings are like, if you look at the testicle size of animals, like humans versus other animals, humans sit right at the precipice between the ratio of the size of the body to the testicles that indicate whether or not you're supposed to be monogamous or non-monogamous, right? And then also jealousy is also a natural component of the animal kingdom. So this whole idea that there's one natural way of dating and relating to one another on a sexual and socio-sexual level is very unrealistic. No, like we have a choice whether or not we want to be monogamous or non-monogamous, and we also have life circumstances that kind of push us in a certain direction. So there are some women who, they are able to find that man who they're in love with, who also gives them sexual containment. And that's the more integrated relationship. But you start with one or the other. And just because you start with one doesn't mean you're going to get the other. Sometimes a woman gets sexual containment for a man, but she isn't willing to put in the work to get to a point where she can have that full man. So she just, sticks around with him and then says he's playing games when the relationship is over, when she didn't listen to him saying exactly what he would need for that relationship to go further, unless he already told her it never was. I've seen it happen plenty of times. Seen that plenty of times. Just because the man who could touch you that way ain't the man you got with, doesn't mean that it's wrong to have that type of relationship dynamic, right? What I'm trying to do is help men understand you need to pick the women that like you. So if you're out here dealing with women and this is how she reacts to you, this is how she responds to you, this is how she treats you with respect, you big daddy in her eyes. Yes, there's some women who can fake it, but listen, would you rather somebody try to manipulate you for what you want? Yes, there are some.
Why is that faking it? Why is it faking it when she sees him as the big daddy?
I said there are some women who may, but that wasn't the point I was getting to. The point that I was getting to is that would you rather want, like, even if, because y'all, this is some points that were asserted on here that, oh, a woman's playing this game or she's doing that or doing that because it's hard for you to conceive that someone can do it genuinely. So I'm just answering that question and that assertion before I even get further into this point. My point is that would you rather, as a man, have a woman who manipulates you by not giving you what you want, or who attempts to manipulate you by doing what you tell her that you want, right? What would you rather have? Would you rather somebody say, you know what, I'm a good girl, I don't get down like that, I believe a woman who respects herself would never do that for a man? Would you rather believe that, or deal with a woman who's willing to do all that plus some to show you that she messed with you for real? All I'm doing is helping men get their program together.
You're talking a lot. Hold on. What do you mean? There's no, so just because she might be a little freakier, that means that she's promiscuous? Like, how can you not? Can't she still be monogamous and be with one guy and also be freaky?
I mean, it's possible, but that's not really what I'm focused on. Like,
But no,
I
no. But
think
then this is the point. You said
men should
women don't
focus
want to
on
be
what
with
they
other
can
men.
see. Men should focus on what they see with their
What?
own two eyes. That's
What
what
do
men
they
need to learn
see?
from women.
How are they?
Men
Wait,
need to
you said
focus on what
focus
they
on
can
what they
observe.
see. Wait, you just said she's acting and she's pretending to be a good girl, but now they should focus on what they should see. They see.
That's twisting up. I'm trying to break it
I
down
don't
for
know.
you.
I'm not. You're twisting it
I
up.
believe, no, 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 no. I'm saying that it was, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is
Okay.
this right here. I believe that men should focus on, right, the women that like them, right? They should focus on what they see with their own two eyes, right? As in, what can a woman do with her actions, her behaviors, how she expresses herself to you, how available she is, that in your mind is standard of what it means for a woman to like you. Stop focusing on what she's doing when you're not around, what she did before you, what she gonna do afterwards. Focus on what she's doing right now. Focus on today, right? Yes, you can look into the future, but you should mostly be letting a woman look into her trying to plan out the fact that she wants a future with you, and you incorporate her into your program. But I don't think that all this focus, I think that's where manipulation comes in, where you're trying to present this narrative of who you are outside of that relationship to influence how a person deals with you inside of that relationship. That's where it becomes more of a factor. I don't think a man should care about a woman body count at all, right? I think you should focus on what you see with your own two eyes. Don't let these women run game on you because they want to tell you this and tell you that and all this other stuff. No, what can you
Wait a
see?
minute. How
How
are
is
they
she really
running
trying to be an
game?
asset to your life?
How are they running game if they're telling you that they just want to be with one guy? Peace dots. If they say I just want to be with one man, how is that running game?
Well, one, most this, I'm gonna give you a great example. This is something that's been a weakness for me. That's why I'm non-monogamous now. So I'm just gonna speak for myself. I know that oftentimes you'll give a woman a lot more rope and a lot more grace and a lot more the benefit of the doubt if your conclusion is that she is not promiscuous and she is not sleeping around and that she's not letting anybody else touch her. If you accept the reality that it could be a possibility, you're going to keep your eyes open a lot more about how you're moving with that woman. And that doesn't mean you
Well, you
can't
should
love
be
her. I can
paranoid.
love a woman. I can know a woman has other men and I can still love her. Right. So I'm not talking about not having a relationship, not loving a woman. I'm talking about being just consciously aware that you're responsible for your own emotions and that you shouldn't be agreeing to anything because you're expecting a woman's going to give you monogamy for it. Right.
Well, I just want
No,
to add
I'm going to do
this.
what I do regardless.
Let me say this clearly. If people practice polyandry, I'm just talking to people out there who might practice it. I respect what you do, meaning I don't do it, but I respect your choices. So this isn't dogging on women who want to do polyandry. This is I'm approaching the the chinks in your armor, so to speak, the holes in your in your philosophy, because you 1 minute say masculinity, 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 dominance, dominance, and then you say, I say to her, go, I encourage her, go sleep with other guys. And now you're saying it's better for me to just assume that she's sleeping with, not, I'm just paraphrasing. You didn't verbatim say this. It's better for me to assume that she's sleeping with other guys. That way, it takes off that whole disappointment and she doesn't have that pressure. And then we have a closer bond. We're more open. But really, that's great. Brody, I salute you for keeping your relationships open and honest and great, free flowing. However, a woman that is looking for a man who is dominant and masculine will sidestep a man who is telling her it's okay for you to go sleep with other guys. And if he's making her feel like I need to be chased, I'm the prize, and I know that when I sex you down really good, you better have, that new PlayStation ready for me or something like that. Like that's something that men are already doing. They're not saying it like you. You're very intelligent and intellectual, and you're a great speaker. But men are already sitting back and letting women. They're sexing women down. They're called F boys. They're sexing women really good, and then they get to sleep on the sofa. They get a PlayStation. She gets them some new Jordans. She tells them that he could use his car while she's at work. He can use her car while she's at work. And then when she sees when she gets sick of him doing that, even though she told him he could, she goes and starts sleeping with other guys. So it's kind of the same thing that you're saying. You're just you're repackaging it to make it seem like, hey guys, this is something you should really get. But it's really at the end of the day for me, I'm not, it's all my side, your side. For me, it doesn't sound like male dominance. And I would say a lot of women out here would agree. It sounds like some fun stuff for a lot of people, but not male dominance. Thank you for letting me say that.
Let me tell you the difference between.
Yeah,
Let me tell
I
you the
wanted to
difference
add
between an
into it.
F-boy.
I wanted to add into what y'all talking about.
Real quick, he's our guest, so I know you. And then I promise I won't even come in after him. Dual, you can come in. Go ahead, Brody.
No, yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Do your thing.
No, you're good.
So there's a key difference between an F-boy and a masculine dominant man. Now we have different working definitions, and I gave my working definitions. The whole reason I created what I call the sexual polarity quadrant is because people oftentimes use the words masculine, dominant, feminine, and submissive simply for the point of virtue signaling and trying to push their social programming, rather than having clear defined understandings of what these terms mean and putting them into context. So there's a very big difference between a masculine dominant man and an F-boy, right? An F-boy is going to be a man who leads with the idea of a long-term relationship, loving relationship, marriage, boyfriend, girlfriend scenario, knowing he doesn't have intentions of following through or of being an individual who doesn't even know what he wants for himself. What I'm talking about is what I call the biology first approach, which is understanding that if you don't have that woman on a level to where she would be willing to do those quote unquote things that a woman would do for a quote unquote F-boy, that you don't really have that woman. My proposition to men is this. I used to hear the old head say all the time, if you lose your job, you lose your woman, right? The economy is not the best for everybody right now. Would you rather be in a position where you're not sure if you'd keep your woman if you would lose your job, or to be with the woman who you know that if you lost your job or you got laid off, that she would see it as an opportunity to show how down she is for you, for her to help pick up the slack for a couple of weeks or for a couple of months, right? What would you rather have? Would you rather have a woman where if you lose your job, she's like, nigga, you ain't got a car no more, so I can't ride with you? Or a woman who says, oh, big daddy, I got it. You can drive my car. I know you out here working so hard. What would you rather have as a man? Like, we really gonna be real about it. See, I don't need the animal projection for certain stuff, but not every man can afford to be dominant. Most men do most of the things that they do in order to directly or indirectly have access to women sexually. When you're a dominant man, you're so consciously aware of the nature of how women get down sexually for a man they really like. You don't have that same motivation to do the same things that those other type of quote unquote provider men have, unless you develop that on your own. So there's more of a learning curve when it comes to developing or redeveloping those after you're in a dominant position. Because once you as a man know that you don't need to have anything but how you talk to a woman and how you deal with her to have access to her, not only sexually, but emotionally, and even financially, if you wanted to, you have to develop a different system for how you go about establishing discipline and taking care of your own business in life. That's the anima projection, right? Once that's gone, you have to find another way to do it. But this whole idea of like, okay, I'm gonna get this and I'm gonna get that so I can have women. I don't need to have $1 to my name to have sex. I don't need $1 to my name to have women who gonna love me, right? And if a woman wants to see that as being an F-boy, I don't really care. I'm like, all right, cool, I accept it. That's why I say it's a sassy nigga apocalypse. I don't care about that, because me and the women I deal with, I have my own character. If a woman does a certain amount of things for me, when the time comes around, and I've done this on multiple occasions, I'm gonna bless the woman, right? Like, you gotta understand, when I say D ain't free, I'm not just talking about saying a woman has to provide for me so we can have sex with each other. No, like sometimes I'll give a woman an opportunity to make an investment, and then I might give her more money back or do something special for her with the same money she sent me, and not even tell her that's what's going on. I just need to see that she's willing to do it. I can never be one of these niggas who's dating a woman who got an attitude if he tell her to cash app him. I could never be one of them niggas.
Are you joking?
Never.
That's embarrassing if a man asks you to cash app him and you don't even know. I don't know. I get it. There are women out there playing themselves, but like paying a man and then he's talking about It just is. That's what happened though. That's what's going on now. You said, "Oh, geez." That's why I've always been drawn to older men because it's getting worse out here. And it's no diss on you, Brody, but you're actually showing that's exactly what's going on today. Men talking about
It's
what
a
are you
sassy
doing?
nigga apocalypse.
Well, when you say sassy, you're not lying about that. Because
Yeah.
for me, it's like, why would a man ask a woman, "What are you bringing to the table?" Why would a man
I don't
say,
ask her. I tell her what to bring to the table. I don't ask her what she bring. I tell
"No,
her what she
no,
bringing to the table.
this is the thing. Men
I'm
should
an
not
observer
expect."
first. I'm an observer.
But
I'm gonna
listen,
observe her and see
I
what
heard you.
values and skills she
No,
has that could be a benefit to my life. And I'm
but
gonna tell
that
her
is
what she
what
bringing to the table. And if
women
she don't bring it, she
listen,
kick rocks.
bro. I'm gonna let you go, Brody. Listen, and I said I would let you go, Dual. Sorry, but this is the thing. I was raised in a household with a father who was a dominant man and a patriarch. I have been surrounded by patriarchs and dominant males. I assure you, to the people who have not had that luxury or that benefit, men do not ask women or look at women to see if they can benefit them in any way besides as a woman who can help him and support him uh, in an emotional way, in a mental way with mental stimulation, and sexual. Then of course the woman has all that other stuff. She's intelligent, she's a businesswoman, but men do not seek women out to see what they can actually do for them financially. That's not a male dominant mindset. Do men do that? Let me rephrase that. Do men do that? Yes, but they're not dominant males. Do men do that? Yes, but they're not dominant males. When a man is looking for you to help him with the business, when he's looking for you to see if you can help him financially, if he expects you to do something at all other than support him, be loyal, love him, give him sex, make him feel good, make him feel proud of you when you're going somewhere with him where people admire him and say, "Wow, what a wonderful woman you have. What a beautiful, nice, loving woman." That is what men seek. When a man starts to say, talk like women, because women look for protection, they look for financial stability. We are hypergamous. We're talking about, if sassy means hypergamous men, then yes, it is a sassy hypergamous male apocalypse. Now we have hypergamous men. It is a flip side, uh, how do you say, gynocentric world we live in now. And men should
Yes, we
never,
are. You know what? I agree.
if a man is saying that, then he's not dominant. He's okay. I respect you, Brody, but I don't see you as dominant if you have that mindset. I respect you. I would not, other than this conversation, I hope you're not offended. But for me, you cannot say, "Oh, I am dominant," because I need to see what she can invest for me financially. I need to see what she can bring to the table. You're no longer dominant. You're hypergamous, and that puts you in the batch with submissive, or the woman role. I know I told Duel that I would let him go. If you want to address, just
Yeah, I'm here.
mic down.
Yeah, yeah. This is my thoughts on that part of the conversation. You, Nepal, all due respect, are not giving women the chance to evolve. Number one, women will say things and then respond to something different. So, in a traditional state of thinking, yes, this is what women desire. Yes, women desire, monogamy, right? And this is the thought process. But we're talking about being inside of a whole world now where women are being dominant based on their income and their way of life. A lot of women are pushing to seek men just for them to have children, and they can get on basically because of societal situations and circumstances with family dynamic or whatever. But it's women overpopulate us by the millions. So with this evolution of how women are now, men have had to adapt. I can agree with the brother here on the line that polygamy is starting to be a thing. I'm a polygamist. Like, you get pushed to a place where it's no longer about monogamy and bringing to the table the best you have, and that's just what it is. Women want better. Women want you to produce. Women want you to provide. Women want to push you to a certain place when at a certain time, in the 90s, in the 80s, you did what you did and that was respected. And women, like a majority of women, don't respect a man that can just bring what he has to the table and that just be enough. You look down at as not being able to do everything, even though you're willing to go downstairs and protect the family from, any certain forms of harm. Those things are now getting pushed to the back burner. A lot of women are paying because of evolution. Women are able to financially take care of themselves.
It is evolution, but we're actually it's devolution. We're devolving.
Yeah,
Say this.
yeah.
You know how you said women just want the baby and they leave? That's male. Men are the ones that are looking at women for offspring, biologically. I love that comment where it said the
no,
hold on. Nigga apocalypse.
The sperm chased the egg. Now you want the egg to chase the sperm.
I mean, but the crazy part. The womb is the one that the womb chooses the sperm. It's about womb choice. My whole thing is about womb choice. Like, but I want to say this. I do want to address this point real quick.
Wait. No, do sperm chase the egg, or does the egg chase the sperm?
The egg chooses which sperm. It's womb choice. I'll
give it to you. Right. I won't denote choice. No, I'll agree. I won't denote from the fact that the egg chases the sperm, but the egg is inside of the woman who gets to now in this evolution place pick the man, take his sperm, and have him keep it pushing.
Ask you again. I know you want to.
And guess what? And womb choice isn't
clear answer. I want you to give me a clear answer. Is the egg chasing or drawn to the sperm, or does the sperm run to the egg? Just a yes or no.
Are we biologically the sperm runs to the egg?
Okay, so if the sperm runs to the egg and the egg is the feminine and the sperm is the masculine, even at the basic level, we can see that the male goes to this female. She doesn't chase after him. She doesn't come for him. And even if you come out of the womb, the sperm is provided to the female. The female doesn't provide her egg to the male. So you are the provider. We want to play these word games and do these things like that. You provide to the women. It's, even when I was saying the thing about women should just be supportive, emotional nurturers, sexual, ego builders, his biggest cheerleader, keep his self-esteem up when he's down. I knew that bothered a lot of men. You know why? Because they don't hear me saying she should get the bill, she should pick up half, she should try to find out how they should get the money. These new men want women to take care of them financially, but then they want to still be leaders. You cannot be a male dominant leader if you're not taking care of everything that's money, support, physically protect us. You better be able to stand by her and make sure that she doesn't get snatched by these sex traffickers. You're supposed to be the one that takes care of her. And then, of course, you're supposed to also support her emotionally. That's why I said she wants to feel special. But men don't like hearing, you know why? Because it's hard for men out here. I feel for you, brothers, especially the black man. There's a social construct set against you where no matter how hard you work, no matter how hard you do, whatever, there's always door slamming in your faces, hurdles set in front of you. You get the extra 5 miles when everybody else only has to walk a half a mile. So you are giving up and you're saying, why should I have to just be the financial provider? Why should I have to be the guy that bites the bullet and sits up over all night long and tries to figure out how to do the bills all by myself? Why should I do this and that? That is how fathers used to be, and they were leaders. My husband is a leader.
I want to address this.
I just want to say one thing. I just want to ask one 3-part question.
I'm going to park my car. Now we have these new men in their 30s, and some of them in their 40s talking about, hey, as long as you can hit the bottom and make her come to tears, she better be able to send you a cash app so you can make an investment. Nope. He's supposed to hit the bottom and he's supposed to also take care of the bills. And I know it's hard for men to hear that because it's hard for you to get yourself together. But when the black man, and then I'm gonna park, but when the black man does get himself together, guess who he decides to be serious and marry? Non-black women. So let me just put that out on the table and let you have the mic.
Okay, I
I
just
want
want to
to
say
address
one
something.
3-part question,
Hey,
and it's all yours, fam. Just I just want to ask one 3-part question. It's just 3 parts, and then you got it. Number one, how many more single parents are out there in our black community? Single men with children or single women with children? Number two, when it comes to the relationships, who are we saying are stepping out more? Because 70% of marriages are divorced, and it is by women, right? Third part of the question, with the women that are specifying they are the ones or the men are leaving, how can you tell that they are not lying? You can go.
Okay, first off,
so
yes.
I
So
want
you see,
I still wanted to go
I'm
ahead,
going to
right?
hand it to you,
So,
Brody, but this is the thing. He asked for an answer. Yes, you see
but I
women
was
walking
waiting to talk
around.
for a minute now. I ain't gonna
I
lie
know,
to
I'm
you.
sorry.
I'm
I
trying not to
promised
lose my
him.
train of
Yeah,
thought.
I'm sorry about that.
No, no, he asked. I'm just going to answer the first one. You see black women and white women and Hispanic women walking around with children who are clearly from black men, and they're all alone. And guess what? They're leading their families by themselves. And then we have to hear the crybaby stories about, but why do you think she left? Because he wanted his peace. You ever heard about postpartum depression? Having a baby actually literally makes you not peaceful. So you can't tell us about how you didn't have peace. So the answer to that is black men need to stop trying to talk about how they want to be dominant and leaders and then doing everything that looks like you don't want to be dominant leaders. You want to get paid for sex, you want to get rewarded for sex, you want to be able to ask us for money, you want to be able to leave when things are too tough for you and you don't get your peace. And then you want to say, why are you not letting us lead? Go ahead, Brody.
All right.
Oh,
So
did he
first of
leave?
all,
Oh, okay. I thought he
integration is
left.
not the same as dominant. Hold on now. And listen, integrated and dominant are two different things. Those are not the same, right? A man who's provided for his family, doing all the other stuff, and whatever dynamic works for their relationship. Like, listen, this whole trying to put virtue signaling and all this shaming tactics on top of roles in relationships, it's BS. It is. The masculine foundation of that relationship is whoever comes into that relationship and says, this is the way I want this relationship to be. Is this a way that you can get with? That's the masculine foundation. It doesn't matter what it is. A woman can be the dominant in a relationship and be a stay-at-home mother, right? A woman could be a dominant in a relationship and be somebody who goes out and works. It's about the frame of the context of that relationship. That's why I said at the very beginning of this, that sexual polarity is not based off of arbitrary gender roles, but based off of the frame of reference and the psychological constructs. So when I say integrated is different from dominant, dominant means that you're pre-qualified. Submissive means that you earn qualification. When we're talking about a man being a provider and a leader, paying for nothing doesn't mean that you're the leader of anything. There are so many men right now who are paying all the bills in their household and they woman don't respect them for nothing, right? So now this is the what I pose in these conversations, that when it comes to being dominant, we have to understand that the dominant and the submissive egos of men and women are flipped. The ways in which the opposite sex shows that they value each other is different between men and women. So a man's dominant ego is typically going to be stroked by a woman being sexually receptive to him and being respectful of him according to his idea of what it means to respect him. That's the dominant ego. A woman's dominant ego is about what? Emotional validation, social validation, financial investment. To be the dominant in the relationship means that you prioritize your foundation of what it means for your ego to be stroked with understanding within yourself that you know how to lead from a position of power. So this whole narrative that you're spilling that a real dominant man, a real man does this and does that. No, any man who's listening to a woman say what she thinks it means for a man to be dominant is not dominant. Why are you listening and caring what her opinion is? You should have your own program about how you deal with women and only deal with women who get with that. So yeah, like I don't have no issue. Like if I gotta get a woman pregnant and pay bills while the child's small or something like that, that's not a problem for me, right? I'm flexible with how I deal with a woman, but only a woman that's on my program. So to me, I like to test the uncanny valley. I like to stretch a woman, right? You know, the value you place on something is oftentimes based off of the investment that's in it. Maybe back in the day, in your father's day and age, it may be a little bit earlier than that. We don't know what really went down behind the scenes, but maybe in your father's day and age, a woman giving her body to a man was an investment that caused her to feel attached to it. A woman giving her body is no longer an investment that she feels obligated or attached to. And we see that by how many men these women sleep with. I don't judge them for that. I accept nature and reality for what it is. I understand that the way that it used to be on paper, that a woman would be attached to a man and stick with him because she gave him her body. Now it's more qualitative rather than quantitative. So rather than it be her being attached to that man just because she had sex with him at all, now it's how far that sexual experience stretches her, or what she's willing to endure or invest, or how much she immerses herself into that experience. So if we have to shift the goalpost in order to have this conversation. Access to women sexually doesn't mean anything anymore. And men believing that it means something is how men get manipulated into providing for and trying to be in relationships with women who do not like them. Because all a woman has to do is present this false idea that her body having sex with somebody is worth something, and presenting this idea that she doesn't want sex just as much, if not more, than the average man if she really likes a man. And a man not knowing that is the prime thing that makes him a candidate for being manipulated by a fake traditional woman. There's a lot of fake traditional women out here. Once you done already gave that cookie up on a certain level, and you know what it's like to desire a man enough to pursue him, you understand that that didn't make you masculine. You being vulnerable and quote unquote weak and wanting to to meld yourself and to be malleable to that man isn't a sign of you being masculine because you're quote unquote chasing. It's a sign of you being feminine on that level of dealing with that man, right? And because you're feminine on that level of dealing with that man, that's what allows you to be malleable in the soil of your social program and to align yourself with his value system so that you can deal with him. If you're going into a relationship with your own thought process of the way that a relationship should work and you're sticking to that, there's no way that you really a submissive woman. You're a masculine woman. Even if the masculine social programming is in alignment with your social values, you're still masculine for thinking that way because you're not aligning yourself with that dominant man structure. Now, that dominant structure may be in alignment with some level of social programming that says he should be a provider. It may or may not. But it's about what frame of reference you go into that relationship dynamic with. A woman's body is no longer a real investment. Okay, so, well, and our attachment is based off of our investments. A man who's looking for peace for a man is not peace from a woman is not a dominant man. Why are you looking for peace? Why are you looking for a woman to give you a peace of mind? The most volatile and unstable emotional creature. You're looking for peace from that? That's crazy. You're not looking for peace and for a woman to be your mother and your emotional nurturer and to be just your cheerleader and all this other stuff. None of that is quantifiable. None of that stuff is stuff you can just observe with your own eyes. You're putting yourself in a submissive position as a man of desiring a woman to give you containment, which is to simplify your life by being who you can focus on. When you're a dominant man, you deal with a lot of the things women deal with, because when you are the sexual buffer, you're the sexual gatekeeper, you're the one who is setting the tone and the pace for the relationship. You have to deal with certain things spiritually that the average man doesn't have to deal with. This is why I say the woman is the natural dom. The first dom is women. That's why I say on an innocence level, sexual polarity is a man pursuing a woman, because on an innocence level, we're not talking about dom subdynamics. So the whole amalgamation of the sexual polarity quadrant being masculine, dominant, feminine, and submissive is that the man is masculine with a smaller underlying narrative of him being submissive. That's why he's pursuing and providing. And the woman is feminine, right? But there's an underlying narrative of her being dominant, which is why she's the one who's giving sexual pleasure to the man. Once the woman's been exposed to a certain level of her own sexual desire where she taps into the submissive side, it's no longer masculine or quote unquote dominant for a man to pursue a woman, because she's already been stretched beyond the dynamic that you're trying to provide to her, right? Like what you said about the woman who's just going out and being on a leash, right? Because that's something for her own attention, her own validation.
No, we're smarter than when we come to the situations like that. When I say smarter, women are more clever. They know that the man thinks he's the dom, but she understands that she's getting the adoration and she's exalted, and he's just a filler. He's just happens to be the guy carrying, walking around with her with a leash in this day and age. It used to be a humiliation thing for someone to have a leash and a collar, but now it's seen as sexy, and it's not even supposed to be like an insult to people anymore. So when you said it's feminine to chase men, that's absolutely untrue. Being
It's
feminine
absolutely
is
true.
no, it is not.
Amen. Not men in
No,
general,
it's
but
not
amen.
feminine to chase any
It's
man.
feminine to chase.
When
It's
you're,
feminine
we
to chase.
just talked
Absolutely.
about the egg, and it's a great analogy. The egg sits still, and the sperm approaches. Women don't. If you now, people can do what they want. Sidebar: I'm not dissing anyone out there who chases men, but he's talking about masculine and feminine, dominant and submissive roles. Chasing a man is not feminine. It is in fact a masculine action. When you chase
No, it's
women,
very feminine.
well, to you in your sassy male world, but in all of time and even now, when a man pursues a woman, it is male because it's called suitors. Even if you, like you said, I don't fit into these traditional cups and don't put me in a cubby hole, in a cubby, but you're talking about masculine and feminine roles, and we're going to have
When
to
has a non-virginal woman ever had suitors? Like, when
we're
is a
gonna
non-virginal woman who's not at the top of society ever had suitors? This is the
okay,
point you're not getting.
wait a
Once
minute.
you've been cracked
Why are you
already,
triggered?
once that
Why are you going there right now? Why are you
I'm
screaming
not
like that?
triggered. I was trying to get my point off, but it was a good
Well,
point.
I
The
was
point is that
talking about,
once that line has been crossed on a sexual level, the whole
what are you
prospect of
talking about
suitors
when
is just manipulating a
do
man.
you want an answer? Because you're gonna start going. You kind of start. You take us
It was a
down a
rhetorical question. It was a rhetorical.
Okay, then if it's rhetorical, let me
It
still
was,
address. Let me address it. It doesn't matter if a woman's a
and I
virgin.
didn't finish my point. My point was
You said it
non-virginal and
yourself.
non-high status. Non-virgin. I didn't finish my point. My point was non-virginal and non-high status. Once it's known that men are sleeping with you or that you've been slept with, then the whole prospect of men suiting you so that they can court you for the prospect of marriage, those are only weak men who are willing to do that. No
Okay, now
man who values himself is sitting there trying to court a woman who's actively sexual or who's been sexually active for the prospect of marriage. This is why trying to bring these old
no,
values
no.
into
See,
these
now you're about
conversations
to go
doesn't work.
somewhere else. You're going somewhere else. Hold on. Now, I let you have the mic back to say that. And again, you're wrong. Of course, there's women who are not virgins who are being pursued. Look around. There's so many beautiful women out there. I'm going to use celebrities. There are women out there who are being
I also
pursued.
said high status. That's why my point was put in there.
Okay, then let's
I
not
said
use the
virginal or
celebrities.
high
No, let's
status.
not use the
Virginal or
celebrities.
high status.
Hello, why do you do that? You already said that. You have to say it 5 times. There are women. If
Because
a
you're going with the
beautiful
same
woman,
point.
if a woman who's considered a 10 is sitting somewhere and she is at a strip club, because that's what these men. That's a problem with the men right now. Why you're talking like this? You're so sexually open, but then you want to jump back into non-virgin. First, you say, "I don't care if she can go have sex with other men. Go get your money, baby, and I'll be here to hit the bottom of that when you're back." Then you want to jump back into value is in virginity. You're all over the place. So
I'm
if
not
a
all
woman
over the
is at
place.
a
It makes
strip
perfect
club,
sense. That's why I say I do things a certain way.
Brody, if a woman is at a strip club and she's the most beautiful stripper there, she
I've
is
never been to a strip
pursued
club.
by men. She is pursued by men on a high level. And guess what? A lot of them want to wife her. Whether you believe it or not, when I say wife, of course you don't want to wife the black woman. So let's say a Chinese or Filipino or whatever, a baddie that's Filipina. All the men in there are going to want to be with her. They want to make her the wife. They like her. They want to go into her. They want to give her the babies. So all of this stuff about, oh, virginity has value. Which one is it?
I'll explain that very clearly. Check this out, right? The men who are pursuing those women trying to be suitors
answer
are weak men.
clearly.
Those are not dominant men.
Don't take us.
A
No, well,
dominant man is not sitting there trying to do that. Like,
we're talking about you, Brody.
we're talking about
Brody, hold
simps.
on. Brody, no. I'm going from your playbook. You just said
You're twisting my words. I already gave the caveats of the statements that you're making. If I already gave the caveat of the argument that you're making, you're twisting my words.
No,
the caveat was clear that I gave.
I'm going to quote you.
No, you're misquoting me because I already gave the caveat for why what I'm saying is not a contradiction. I already gave that. So now you're twisting my words.
Okay, calm down. What did you not say that you don't mind if your woman goes and has sex with another man and gets a bag?
One, I don't advocate for my woman going and selling pussy. I'm saying that if I'm with a woman, I'm not going to restrict her.
I didn't ask you that question. I'm going to ask you again. Did you not say earlier that you don't? Did you not say
something different than what I'm saying? Because how much you twist things, I can't.
Brother, this is going to be we're going to take it down a notch. Okay, let me just ask you and you can answer, and then we can pass the mic to the other panelists because I see Freedom came in and I know Dueling wants to get in.
I don't do loaded questions well.
You can clarify, but I want you to be clear and honest. Earlier, did you say, I don't like women pretending that they're monogamous. I like them just to be straight up because I know most women are not. I'm just paraphrasing right there on that one. I know most women are not monogamous, but if my woman wants to go have sex with another man, I'm going to be okay with that. Go get yours. Did you not say that?
That wasn't what I said in those words. No, that wasn't what I said necessarily. It was, but it wasn't. No. Check this out. What I said is this right here. I'm dealing with a woman. I'm focused on what she's doing that I can see with my own eyes, meaning that I'm not overly concerned with what she's doing outside of my presence, unless that's a level of power that she wants to give to me as a gift. I'm not sitting there looking at it like, okay, cool, I get turned on by my woman going to sleep with somebody else. That's not necessarily my thing. My point is that I already accept that the average woman I'm going to come across is a woman who has been promiscuous by whatever standard, who has been out there, who has engaged sexually. So in order for me not to place any judgment on her, I set the expectation of this is the minimum level of how you show me that you're interested in me for me to deal with you. That way, once a woman gets deeper into conversations surrounding her past and she wants to feel emotionally safe, the groundwork has already been laid that she's done enough for me to be able to say, okay, what you're telling me doesn't take you outside of the realm of what I already know about you, right? It's like if a man meets a woman and he believes, okay, well, she's presenting herself as if she doesn't believe this is proper conduct for a woman. And then as you get to know this woman, now she's expressing something contrary to that, either in the past, the present, or the future. That's oftentimes what triggers men. If you accept that the average woman you're going to come across has a sexual past and you set your own standard for what sexual compatibility looks like, then as you're getting to know that woman, you're not hearing a bunch of things that surprise you out of the frame of reference of how you view that woman. Therefore, you don't change up how you move with her because you've been introduced to new information. That's the point that I'm making. I'm proposing a solution that helps men not have retroactive jealousy.
Yeah,
right?
But you said there's value in virginity. There's value in virginity. You said that a woman is higher value. You stated that she's higher value.
I'm saying in the context of being suited.
No, well,
you want me to clarify? The clarification is no. In the context of a man who is in the context of a no, listen, you're not gonna twist my words. I'm not doing that. In the context, you're twisting my words. I'm telling you exactly what I said. In the context of a woman who is expecting a man to pursue her with the pre-existing context that there's going to be a relationship or a marriage out of it, a woman having suitors, men who are willing to court her. I don't believe that a dominant man is going to court a woman platonically for who is already sexually active if he has self-respect. Okay, that's my opinion.
You said a lot. You use a lot.
That's the context.
Very simple. Now, like I said, you said there's higher value. You went all around the bend to just come right back to what I said. That means she's higher value. If you're saying
I don't date women in that context, that's why it's twisting my words. I don't believe in dating in that context at all. I don't even believe in dating in that context. I'm not looking for a virgin woman. I don't want a virgin. I'm not looking for a virgin, but I also don't date in the way. I'm saying that if your context is that a man is supposed to court you
Already said that. What are you
and pursue you and be a suitor for you, that's where virginity holds value. I don't
Okay,
date that way, so it doesn't hold value to me.
got you. But no, wait, hold on.
Wanting a man to
You're
platonically court
making
you,
a
platonic
statement.
courting.
Wait, stop. Please stop interrupting me. It's so unprofessional. When you made a statement as a teacher, as Coach Brody, you said, and I'm saying, I agree. Being a virgin is high value. Being a virgin does give you more value. Having lower body count gives you more value. You said being a virgin means that you're higher value in the sense that, see, because this is what you said, which doesn't take away the statement that you're saying it's more valuable, in the sense that a high value dominant male that would be an acceptable way for him to pursue her or to chase her. That would be acceptable chasing material, higher value virgin. Let me say it again. You said the only way a dominant male should chase or suit a woman is if she is a virgin. Henceforth, you're saying that she's higher value. So now you say that women are higher value as virgins. Then you go into saying if a man does chase a woman who is not a virgin, he is a simp. What is the difference between him loving, building a relationship with, having sex with women who have high body count and who he allows to sleep with other men? Isn't he also a simp according to your teachings? Because you say there's value in no body count, or at least low body count, because you said virgins are valuable. But then you say, oh, your women, they can sleep around, they can do this and that. You need them to be open and be able to talk about their body count. So you said men who are with those women are simps. You're saying that you are essentially a simp because you are with women who are higher body count and sleep around and not monogamous.
So first off, I want to say thank you, because this time, although I had my disagreements, this was a better reflection of what I said saying back to me. So I want to give you your credit for that first and foremost, right? That was more accurate. Like if what's said is accurate to what I was saying, I'm not gonna sit there and argue with what's being said if it's more accurately displaying my words. My point is that I don't believe in dealing with virginal women. I'm not looking for virginal women. So they really don't have any value in my playbook because that's not what I'm looking for. My point is that if you I'll put it to you like this: the peak of a man valuing a woman is providing for a woman financially, being in love with that woman, having that woman as the peak of your animal projection, right? That's the peak of a man valuing a woman. The peak of a woman valuing a man is not allowing that man to be your husband and allowing that man to pay your bills. That's not the peak of a woman valuing a man. The peak of a woman valuing a man is going to be more so in the psychological frameworks and how much she surrenders herself on a sexual level. Now, when it comes to that, what I'm saying is as above, so below. I'm not going to sit there and elevate a woman to a position in my life where, from the reciprocal analogy, she isn't submitting herself to me on the level she wants me to submit. I understand that an integrated relationship is mutual submission. When you are providing for a woman, when you're taking care of a woman, when you're doing these different things in a lot of different ways, that's not dominance itself. That's why I say there's a difference between dominance and integration. That's being integrated, which means there's mutual submission taking place. You value that woman enough to give her yourself on that level. I believe that with women who are not virginal, that it is much better for you as a man to deal with women who show that they're worthy of that type of treatment. Now, the caveat is that you have to have enough penis power to be able to entice a woman and to gratify her on a level to where she is willing to stick out that process. Not every woman is. Some women are going to just want the one night stand. Some women are just looking for a boy toy. Some women are just looking for a good time. But if a woman doesn't close off her emotional center, her heart to you, and you're touching her the way you're touching her, and she feels safe with you, then that's where that comes from. When she feels safe with you and she's at that place with you, that past doesn't matter. But if you aren't able to take her past where she's been in the past to your knowledge of it, or with what she's willing to show and display, then you're in a position where that woman is really leading that relationship. So I don't have no problem with that. If a man wants to be submissive, if a man wants to, like, if your main goal is integrated relationship, then you have to take the path of submissiveness to get to integration. If your main goal is first and foremost sovereignty and being dominant yourself, the submissive integrates first. So whether you're a man or a woman, if you're in a dominant position, the submissive person integrates first, and then they climb into integration. And if they're so inclined, they pull you up into integration with them. So when a woman is in a dominant position, that when a woman is in a position where she says, I'm pre-qualified because of who I am as a woman, my essence, my feminine charm, and the fact that I have a vagina, this makes me pre-qualified to be pursued by you. This is the woman taking a masculine or a dominant stance with the man. Now, if that man meets up to those standards that she has in her animus, and then now he's qualified to deal with her sexually, and she hones in that sexual essence into that man, and it becomes a fully integrated relationship, the man integrates first, and then he helps the woman come into integration with him. That's the natural model of how people view sexual polarity. But what happens is this: once that sexual threshold has been crossed, it's no longer the case. That investment doesn't mean the same. Yeah, Brody, I hear you.
Okay, I was just making sure because you was going on and on. It was kind of, Brody, can I ask you a question, please? Do you want a relationship or not? Because
how are you defining relationship? Because y'all throw this word around, but it means a lot of different things to different people. So what do you define as relationship?
You're saying that you do not want a relationship with a woman, just you and her. You want relationships because really and truly, Brody, you all over the place. Yeah, I mean, woman.
I'm not. Everything makes sense.
No, it doesn't. And you know what I find?
It does.
I find this a lot with certain men. You just don't make no sense. But what I'm saying,
if you're only listening to argue, it's not gonna make sense. But there's caveats to everything I say that makes it all line up. Nothing contradicts.
No, it's
nothing contradicts.
It sounds.
But when you want to overtalk me or you want to try to dismiss what I say, of course it's gonna sound contradictory when you're twisting my words.
To me, because I can't even get my question out, and I guess you're such in the defense because I guess you don't want to take accountability for the fact that you are all over the place. 1 minute you say this, 1 minute you say that. 1 minute. Do you want a relationship with one woman?
How do you define relationship?
Do you want to be? Why are you? Okay. Do you want to be with one woman or many women?
Many women. What are you talking about? I'm non-monogamous.
Okay. No, I just want to make sure. Okay. You want to be with many women. So
and I'm ambiamorous. I could be either. I've been both. I've had multi-year relationships. I'm in a over a year-long relationship now. So it's like saying, because you just talk about sex, you don't want a relationship. I have relationships. What are you talking about? Like, I have love in my life. Y'all be thinking that because a relationship starts with sex, that it don't turn into love. That's crazy.
Brody, listen, I'm going to get t-shirts, cups, socks, and everything made with, what are you talking about? Do you know that's y'all's favorite line word? What are you talking about? It's just so sickening, bro.
Listen, just because you can't beat my logic doesn't mean your logic better. Everything I'm saying has the caveats included in it.
No.
Shaming tactics don't work on me. It's a sassy nigga apocalypse. I agree with all that shit. You can say it's sassy. You can say I don't give a fuck. You can call it gay. You can call it whatever you want to call it. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna spread my language. I'm gonna spread this shit as far as I can. And listen, that's what I'm gonna do. You talking about not taking accountability? I meet women and I'll tell them, hey, the first night I meet when I say, you know what, I might be a narcissist. I'm not even diagnosed with the shit. I tell women straight up. I'm talking about not taking accountability. Not taking accountability. That's crazy. So you just pulling shit out the air now.
No, okay, but it's like you're not even qualified to be a narcissist. It just sounds so silly. But what I'm saying to you, go ahead, Nepal. You about to say?
No. I'm listening. I just wanted to say, listen, Brody. She's just asking you some questions. I don't want you to get take it. Sister Freedom's a sweetheart. She just wants to know. Really, I don't want you to feel like we're really, because we're not calling you sassy like you're calling yourself. We just, even when I'm coming at you, I appreciate you. That's what I'm trying to say. We need you to come in and stand your ground. Stay strong on it. Because this is a conversation. You're not the only guy out here talking this way. So brother-in-law wants to come in.
Why do you think a woman would even, with your standards of what you're asking for, a good woman, a woman that wants anything in her life, as far as in a relationship with a man, why would she deal with you? she got to be a real.
That's a good question.
To want to deal with you. Seriously. First of all, I mean, I can't even. What
come back, brother-in-law. I just
ask you any questions. I'm just trying to figure out what when they ask them because you some type of coach. I don't even know what questions they would come and ask you with sexual questions. Because I hope you're not answering sexual questions for a man. About you got to hit it to the bottom and go. I know that's not. That can't be. Can't be the
question. Oh, I get paid to talk about it, so I'm not just talking out my ass. This is what I do. So I'm gonna say this right here too. Like the question was asked to me.
Oh God.
Oh, you asked me a question.
Yeah, but let
go
me
ahead, and then we're gonna see if I know you've been waiting, dueling, but we have Honey Clark after. I'm gonna let her come in and. How long we've been going?
I'm patient. I'm enjoying the panel. Not to cut everybody off. I'm enjoying the panel. We're having a fun time. I'm enjoying the dialogue. I got something, at the end, but please let's bring everybody in. Let's get it.
I like that. He said, "I got some
questions." This is the reason why the men. To me, we're all. But if you can never be a leader for a woman, if you got all these women, do you realize that you can never be a protector? Because if you're not
false.
How can you be a leader to all these different women when you're not at their homes or not with them? Who is leading them? Who is protecting them? Who is making
nobody is with nobody 100% of the time?
Wait a minute, because you want the woman to give you. So you're not even financially secure. All you talking about is hitting the bottom. Well, and I doubt if that's probably happening from the way you're talking, because people don't normally say that. But I'm just trying to figure it out. How could you ever be a supportive leader? Because if the girl likes you, say you hitting the bottom, say you making love to her good and stuff, and she wants to be with you, you got her all messed up mentally because she know, because you already told her, because that you mess with Tracy, Tina, Tanya, Tasha. You already told her you mess with all them people. So I don't get it.
That's not even the only
all right. What questions are you asking, and what is rhetorical? What's rhetorical and what's just virtue signaling, shaming tactics? Like, let me know which is which, because all I'm hearing is you making your statements and throwing your shots in there and expecting me not to look at it and call it what it is. That's what you're doing. No, what's the question? And take all the foo-foo out of it. And what's your actual question? I'll answer.
Now he's foo-foo. Now you're gonna try.
Okay, hold on, Rob. Freedom, Sister Freedom. Okay, hold that thought, okay? I'm gonna move to, because I don't know if the brother's I don't know if you're getting offended right now. I don't want you to, Brody. She's just basically asking you, how do you do it? But the part of the leadership is.
I mean, if there's a question, I'll answer it. But if you start with a question and then you keep going into your diatribes with it, then how am I supposed to answer it? Because you add more on top. Because the issue is that you'll add more onto the question, that you throw your slick shots on the back end of your question, and then you want to play the victim once I address the slick shit at the end of your questions. Ask your question and I'll answer them. It's a sassy nigga apocalypse. I'm going to address all bullshit. I'm dressing everything.
Damn. Okay. Please, Jesus, my love. Okay. First off, I'm trying to say this. Dots hit the panel. Before we go in, just leave that alone. I want you to talk about tonight, and then we'll go move on to Borrowed Reloaded. Freedom. What's going on tonight?
Well, tonight on Unscrambled Minds at 9:00, it's going to be a panel of women, and we're going to be expressing why we feel that some men are not leaders in the home. Brody, so that's why we feel like we have had to take the initiative of being independent of, what I'm saying, and men find this to be toxic, and why we feel as though that some men, I'm going to say some men, are not leaders.
Right. Thank you. What time, please?
9:00 on Unscrambled Minds.
Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
Standard Time. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, Dots. I'm going to go. Tony was waiting. Then I'm going to move on to the sister Dots. And then Dueling, you can go last and we'll close out. Actually, Brody,
Paul and Dots will also be on there tonight. Just letting everybody.
Yeah. And I want to see if Brody if you want to invite him to the male one, I think he would be great.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So,
yeah, honey, but I do want to say something.
Go ahead.
I want to say something. I don't believe that whether you're paying bills or not paying bills, that determines whether or not you're the leader in a relationship. There are men out here who have been paying bills for decades and they ain't got no type of respect in their own. There's men out here who pay hella bills, who do all that stuff, and nobody actually respect what they got to say that they dealing with. So to me, the same thing goes for women. There's women who do the same thing. So who pays the bills isn't what determines who's the leader of that relationship. It's who's setting the frame of how things go and who's the gatekeeper of sex and who's the gatekeeper of different things. It's all about, if you're the one who's in the position of being the gatekeeper, if the reward system is adequate for this person's nervous system to feel at ease. If that person feels attached to you and they also feel safe and at peace with you, then that's a happy submissive. And workers who are submissive, oftentimes they need somebody who's going to give them that encouragement. That's why I say that the woman is the original dom, because the woman is really the original dom for most men, where she gets to be home and she takes care of certain things. She provides him with the ease of mind that he thinks his coochie ain't been given away. And then this allows him to go to work and to do all this labor and all these things for other people and to feel like he gets his reward at the end of the day, which is some coochie. I don't see coochie as a reward that a woman gives me for nothing.
Well, that's a
right?
problem. That's why you're sassy. Because let me say this, it goes money. I really want to be calm with you, but you're frustrating me because you're just saying things that don't work, Brody. And you could stand your ground and come back and say, no, I don't want you to run away. But I'm just saying, like, I can't sit here and let you just talk, play. It's called money, power, and respect. You keep saying there's men in their homes that don't get respect. That's a lie. Let him stop paying the bills and see what happens. Got it? See, so when you
they're gonna call it financial abuse.
Brother, people who pay the bills have the power, and the people who have the power get the respect. Now, I'm not saying a dominant tyrant like B, go sit down, but stop saying that people don't have power and respect when they pay the bills. Actually, if it's a man paying the bill or a woman, their mate will appreciate them and say he gets or she gets the respect because she's paying the rent every month. She's paying the mortgage every month, or he's paying it. So stop saying there are men in their houses that don't get respect and they pay all the bills. Show me all of these men that are not getting respected and they're paying the bills. I'm going to let you hold that thought. I'm going to move on to Dots. Thank you for waiting, Dots. What would you like to add?
Okay, so I'll be really quick. Hey, y'all. Hope everyone's doing well. Hi, Brody. Hi. How are you?
Peace, family. Peace, family.
Yeah, no, I came in kind of late and then I had to step away, so I apologize if I got some of what you were saying incorrect. But it sounds like to me what he's talking about is like matching energy, right? And there's a reason why I don't know the statistics currently, but there are 7 women to 1 man. Last time I checked, I don't know, there's more women in the world than there are men, right? And I don't want to quote you wrong, but it sounds like what I'm hearing is that, sorry, y'all. It sounds like what I was hearing from you, Brody, is just basically like the type of woman that you would be attracted to would be one that, well, I don't know. I'm a little bit confused because on the one hand, you're saying women are leaders, right? Like women are the natural dominant energy, not men. Do I have that correct so far?
So I want to try to make it real quick, and I'm agreeing with most of what you're saying so far. What I'm saying is that in most relationships, the understanding of dom sub dynamics isn't consciously present. It's supposed to be an unspoken thing. So for sexual polarity on a close to innocence level or on a social programming level, the woman is the dom and the man is the submissive. But because their primary focus is on being masculine and feminine, that part is left out. As long as the woman is loyal to the man in his eyes, then it stays masculine, even though he's pursuing her, and she stays feminine, although she's the one who's the gatekeeper of sex, but really she's the dom and he's the submissive. So once a woman's been exposed to enough sexuality where she knows she can surrender to being in a relationship with the man she desires more sexually, the idea of a man who is chasing or pursuing her on some level becomes a turnoff unless that natural level of attraction is high enough. That's the point that I'm making.
Okay. So for me, I think just in terms of feedback, I think that's where the confusion lies, because it sounds like what you're saying is that ultimately it's based on sex, right? So because when a woman is engaging in a sexual act with her man, right? And that makes her more dominant, right? Like that's it's a portal that he's assessing. That sounds correct so far. Am I?
Uh, if the man desires sex more and the woman is rewarding him with sex for the things that he's doing for her, she's in the dominant position.
Okay, right. So it boils down to sex. That's pretty much what I kept on hearing you say, right? Like, so basically, who would
On the easiest level.
right. So okay. And so and that sounds, to some degree that may sound a little bit sensible from a man's point of view, because I do know that men can get hard just by air and the wind blowing past them. Let's be real, right? Like, but for a woman, it's very different, right? And so we know that there are different types of women. And as you were talking, I had tried to look up, I was just making sure I understood the word submission and the different types of submission that's available, right? So when you submit, you are surrendering your control to somebody else, or you're surrendering your control to power, or you're giving into authority, XYZ. And there's different levels, right? Like you do that at your job. So both men and women are submissive at work because you are surrendering your control to your boss, so whoever is in charge of you or what have you, right? So there's different layers to that, which I find to be kind of interesting. But I'll land my plane just by saying that I just wanted to say, I know I heard you say something about that women chase men. That I really disagree with, right? Because to be like, I don't know, in my circle of women that I do know, and I think for the most part, over time, we've become much more balanced and healthy and forward thinking. I don't think that I have never chased a man in my life, and I don't think I would. And I've never had a problem with keeping a man in my life, but I've never had to chase a man. So I'm just saying, as a woman, I just wanted to put that out there. And that could just be from your point of view, because you are a different gender and you see the world differently. But I wanted to put that out there. But I've never chased a man, and I would
I
never
really
have my goddaughters, my nieces to do such a thing. I don't think that that's
so
even.
I'll say I appreciate.
Yeah, but thank you
I want to say I appreciate your point of view for real, and I say this, like, for a woman who hasn't been exposed to that level of desire and that level of experience, that's a different type of ordeal for that woman. Then maybe sexual polarity will still work for her in that way, but then there's still the male ego in regards to that conversation. So just because a woman's had sex doesn't mean she's been exposed to a greater level of that experience than the man who's providing for her can offer. There are men who literally trick, or who provide, who can have any woman I've ever dealt with, right? When I talk about dominant, I'm talking about a mindset. So, as a woman, if you haven't been exposed to knowing what it feels like to want a man enough to pursue, then you may not get to see how that can make you feminine. And I'll explain what I mean, right? Because I look at feminine and submissive as different things. Feminine is about wanting a person more than wanting to stick to your social programming. Being masculine is about sticking to the structure, the model of a relationship in your mind, more than you want to be with a specific person. That's how I define it. I define dominant personally as being the primary giver of pleasure, primary receiver of control. Submissive is the inverse of that. So when you're submissive as a person, you're giving up control, because through giving up control, you get to receive more pleasure than you would have if you were the one who was in control. So it's just like, when, like, a lot of the women who have issues with orgasm from penetration, oftentimes is because there's a certain level of control. Either a lack of attraction is present, a lack of the equipment is available, right, with the man, or it's a lack of feeling safe and surrendering to wanting more pleasure. Because if unconsciously you understand that you being in control of sex is what allows you to have the influence over this man's ego, then why would you want to put yourself in as vulnerable a position as a man hitting the bottom and making you cry on it? That's why most women, in my opinion, that I've observed, who have more of a traditional perspective, typically are somewhat vocal on saying they don't like penises that are too big, right? Because if your social programming is more towards what I consider masculine, and that's not a derogatory thing. I don't use any of these words in a derogatory way. When I say a woman's masculine, I'm not talking about saying, oh, she's like a man. I'm saying that she's rigid in the structure of the way she thinks relationships should work. When I say masculine, I mean closed-minded. And it's the same thing for a man. A man who's masculine is somewhat closed-minded about the way he thinks a relationship should work. That's the foundation. So, I understand what you're saying. I'm speaking mostly to the women who are already out there. The chances of me coming across a virgin is low, and I'm not looking for one. So I accept the way things are right now. Most women that I'll come across in my generation are women who have been sexually active. They've been exposed to it. I accept that. I don't have an issue with it. And I play on the fact, not a game, but it's just the realism that since I've had enough experiences and as transcendent of experiences that I've had and I've been able to give to women sexually, that rather than me trying to convince a woman to not be out there because it's not smart or not wise, that's never worked for a man to try to convince a woman not to do whatever because you don't because of morals or logic or because of the Bible,
It
unless some
never
type of
has worked.
infrastructure behind it where there's going to be punishments.
You said it's
No, that
never
don't work.
worked.
But I'm gonna tell you what does work. I'm speaking
Man,
anecdotally, right? I'm speaking
yeah,
anecdotally.
you are.
I listen. I'm gonna say something I haven't seen. I haven't seen a man in a marriage before who could say the Bible says you should be more submissive, and that actually worked, right? Like I haven't seen a man try to confront a woman's social programming without the natural respect and the natural sexual attraction being present, and that influence her behavior on some great level in a sustainable way. Like I haven't seen it. That's where it becomes more coercive. Like there's an understanding
Wait.
that when you meet,
You're going a little bit fast, and then I'm sorry. I see you, honey.
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna do next, honey. No. You're saying you've never seen. I thought you said you've never seen a woman be with just one man in a marriage and it worked.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I'm saying I've never seen a man who felt like his woman wasn't submissive or receptive enough to him recite the Bible scripture like he's weaponizing it, and that worked to get a woman to be more submissive or receptive to him.
Everybody
Like I've
doesn't
never seen that
subscribe to the
logical approach
Bible.
work.
Everybody doesn't subscribe to
Well,
the Bible.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
that's what
using
I
that
was
as an
gonna say. I
example.
think Brody. That's what I was going to say. It's my last point, and I'll drop
No,
down.
go ahead,
Um,
John.
but that's why I was saying. My last point was going to be. That's why I think, especially in 2025, right, we need to update our mental software because even in how you're using the term feminine and masculine, like the traditional definition of those two is not how you're necessarily describing it. So I think that's also where the confusion might come in at. You know what I mean, in terms of what you're trying to get across. Um, because I think that for a relationship to work, right, ultimately it's about who you end the relationship with. I don't care about the conventional terms. I don't care about what the world thinks. I only care about who I'm locked in with so that you and I can build and you and I can have peace and you and I can enjoy this life that we have together. You know what I'm saying? So, when you're using those terms, masculine versus feminine, right? I think for the most of us, because of social conditioning, we have a clear understanding of what that means. But how you're describing it, it sounds a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. That's all.
Yeah, that's my message of what I'm trying to push is updating the way that we define these terms because I don't think that the traditional way of defining these terms is applicable anymore. So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I agree with what you say about it's all about how that relationship works between the two people. And I
Right.
also look at it as a lot of people like to feel like we're snowflakes or we like to feel like we're so much different than other people when there are other people who find themselves in similar scenarios. And to me, I'm all about the more fringe relationship structures and dynamics of how to make a designer relationship for yourself. So I'm not really about this whole traditional being traditional or even the macrocosm conversation, but I do believe that in having working words, you still, especially if you're a public entity, especially if your relationship is something you're using as a public entity. And that's what a relationship is on some level in my eyes, not all the time, but sometimes, that you still have to know how to communicate that relationship dynamic to the public, not only for the purposes of how you get along socially with family and friends in your social environment, but also how you leverage that, let's say, if you want to make money on social media, or how you protect yourself from if that relationship ends and now you're in a scenario where there's a different interpretation of different things. Just like the average Black experience of what's considered consent is way different than if you go into some suburban middle or high class white college area and what they know about consent. So you could think, okay, well, our
Elaborate.
relationship is just our relationship. We don't have to call it a BDSM. We're just boyfriend and girlfriend. And then you may not even know that in that woman's mind, there might have been times where you raped that woman and you have no idea. And that if somebody comes to her and starts trying to explain different aspects of consent that's different from your relationship dynamic, now you're liable on the line where you could possibly lose your freedom. Some people now understand what
Can
I'm
you
saying, but that's literally
elaborate
what
and
happened
take
with.
it? You're kind of moving a little bit fast for me because you said that the consent is different in different demographics. What do you
Yes.
please be specific about that? I want to know what you're
So
talking
So every about 10 to 15 years, the modern clinical psychology perspective of how we define consent is changed. It's a moving goalpost. And the thing with the moving goalpost is that it's for the purposes of including more people, incorporating more people into the narrative who can feel that they've been abused or taken advantage of, and that they can take advantage of the perks of it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's a good thing because more accountability is held for people who offend. But what happens in the process is that there are people who have acclimated to certain styles of sex and dating and relationships because of their cultural differences that haven't been updated to the most modern ideation of consent. So the most modern ideation of consent is the acronym FRIES, FRIES. That's freely given, revocable, informed, enthusiastic, and specific. So if you have any sexual encounters that go outside of that framework, and there's things that you want to do that go outside of the typical norm, you know, it's very easy for, if someone gets exposed to a new narrative of what's considered consent, that now they have to rethink their past experiences. So one reason why I think it's so important for a man to deal with a woman who values him on a high level sexually is because if you're not protected by going into a traditional marriage where your business is private and your sexual relationship is just between you and your partner, then there are certain things that once you leave from that relationship and go out to the streets, or you go out into the single world, you're going to be exposed to information that you didn't even know, right? So like there's a lot of things that people do. Like there's women who have no issue, and this is why I say it's a sassy apocalypse, because I've dealt with it. Like once you become a dominant man and you acclimate to your frame of reference being that you only deal with women that are highly sexually attracted to you, you're gonna come across women that are predatory sexually in the way that men are. Like
about.
women
I've
to
been
try to
knowing that
drug
way
you, women to try
before.
to get you drunk,
You're saying a
women to
lot,
try to get you high, women to try
brother.
to take it from you.
I know you can hear me. Listen, you didn't answer the question, and this is a very
I
serious
did. I literally
intervention.
gave the
No,
definition
you
of
did a
consent.
whole. You did the hustle and the electric slide.
I literally gave
I
the
need you to
definition of
tell
consent
me.
as it is now.
No,
Literally gave the
what's the
definition.
difference? What's the difference between consent among the demographic of where you said the suburban whites and compared to uh, our people in general? What is the? I need specifics on what you mean about consent. I know you did your acronym, but I need you to be specific. What's going on that is different consensually when it comes to sexual interactions?
I'm gonna just shop. I'm sorry, y'all. Brody, sorry. Brody, thanks for answering my question. Upon great moderation as always. Thanks for
Thank
having me
you,
on.
Dots. I'll see you tonight. I'm
Okay,
excited.
Thank you.
sounds good. Thank you guys. Bye. Bye.
Great input, Dots. Okay, so brother, and I know you've been waiting, honey. I did skip over you. I didn't, I was in a moment. Thank you for waiting. Do not leave. I want to hear from you, honey. Please explain
So
to us, like clearly and explicitly, what you mean by different consent, not freely revocable. I want to know what you mean by consent being different.
I got a perfect example right in front of us. You see that pinned comment?
Yeah,
What does that say? That says no is no in any time, right?
yeah. No means no at
The
any
extent
point of
of
the. Mhm. Go ahead.
the extent of most black people's understanding of consent who haven't been college educated is that this is the extent of what consent is. No means no. That's 3 ideations of consent to go. You can play that no means no game and end your ass up in jail. That's the
Wait, wait,
point I'm
wait.
making.
You gotta stop now. Now hold on, brother. Now you remember you said the thing when I asked you the basic question about selling sex. Now this is where you want to be careful. What are you talking about? So no at any time during the interaction, it's gray area, or what are you saying? No doesn't mean
What I'm
no.
saying is
Not the whole time.
what I'm saying is that in the scheme of most of society and civilization, desire wasn't a necessary component in the conversation of consent. Enthusiastic, it implies a certain level of desire being present. A man who views sex as something he's trying to get from a woman oftentimes is just looking for whatever is the closest thing to consent he can think of, which means that as long as she don't say no, you cool with it. But you're not necessarily, not all men have a frame of reference of looking for those deeper or those greater levels of a woman showing that she's interested in this encounter. So that's why I'm saying that it's different culturally. Like I know so many men and so many people who their first experiences with sexuality may have been you're in high school and you see the older guy who's picking up the girl from school, and it's like, well, that's considered statutory now, right? A lot of men who are players now are men who were preyed on by older women when they were at a younger age and the woman was much older. And most of us would look at that guy and say, "Oh man, you got lucky," right? There's so many people who have been in scenarios where they were running trains, and then without everybody having that conversation with the woman orchestrating that event, one guy goes in, and the next thing you know, they start switching out, and they never fully had that conversation with the woman. That's how Tupac went to jail.
In the
For
world.
that's
It
how
sounds like he
Tupac
said
went to
something
jail
about
for it.
coercing.
Yeah, this is
Paul.
too much for me
Not to
right now.
interrupt.
This is
Not to
scary.
interrupt.
I
Yeah, it
know.
sounds like you said something about coercing though. That's what he's saying.
This is
That's what it
bad.
sounds like to me.
Because what it is that it's not just a yes, right? It's not a well, she didn't say no to me, so it's cool. Right? It's not that. He talks so fast, right?
No,
It
but yeah,
it,
but
it means
it's
like
still
it
saying
means
like
that a lot of things, so for instance, one of those things in fries is informed,
yeah,
right?
but why
Which
is he
is what
saying he's
he's
making
saying.
it like the black man is such an animal that because he
Oh
said
yeah,
it's no
black man.
like he can't tell when a woman doesn't want to have sex. Of course, I get what you're saying. She didn't vocalize a no, but again, see, you're saying you're making it good for black men like dominant and but you're making black men look like I don't know what no means. As long as I didn't hear it, I'm just gonna keep going. No, it's
It
like
ain't just black men, that's just men.
no. He specifically said black or white.
Oh yeah, well he tripping.
That's what you
Well, I
said,
said in the
right?
grand scheme of history and society
He
that
said black. Go ahead.
desire has almost never been a mandatory thing in the whole context of consent until recently. This is new. So we're talking about the foundation of human nature and how people interact versus more modern ways of explaining these things, and that do have legal implications. So the way Honey broke it down, and she's like, well, dude will be like, well, she didn't say no, right? A man might look at the situation and say, well, maybe she's just a little uncomfortable and she's a little bit nervous. But now, depending on how that narrative is spun in that woman's mind, you can be like, well, I was nervous because I wasn't really sure if I wanted to do this. And then now you do it. And if she has friends who are, aware of this, be like, girl, it sounds like you got raped to me, right?
Oh
So
my goodness.
that happens.
And
Like
that would
y'all
sound
talking
like
like y'all don't
coercing
see this
though,
stuff. I
wouldn't
see
it
it.
be?
I'm gonna let Honey talk, and then
It,
I'm
it
sorry.
I'm
I know
sorry.
I'm
Yep.
waiting,
Go ahead,
darling.
Joe.
Go ahead, Honey. You were gonna. I cut you off. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Finish
no,
what
I
you're
was
saying.
just talking about his fries consent thing because
Uh-huh.
they are making it like you have to specifically say yes. Like, okay, yeah, I said I go in his bedroom, but I didn't say yes to sex. So she can revoke that at some point, like come back and be like, well, I ain't say yes, so it's this. And that's what he's saying that, you the way that they're trying to describe it now goes more into detail than what we know, right? But well, my question was, I had a whole lot of things. One, that respect thing that he said, most definitely I agree with. It is not transactional with money. That's the problem that we have right now with men and women, where men think because they have money, they're owed respect in a relationship. And it comes from your character, it comes from your integrity, it comes from a lot of other things that you get respect in a relationship besides your bank account. But a lot of people think right now that you're, so I don't think that that's reciprocal. And it's definitely a lot of people who do pay bills, who get knocked upside their head by their woman and, disrespected and everything else. So I understand that, but I don't agree that sex is the is going to solve it, Brody. What you was saying, right? So what I don't understand about you though is when you're saying that women should pay the man and that you're also non-monogamous, which I agree with polygamy 100%. But when you're saying that they're paying you, that sounds to me like, pimping. What's the difference? What's the difference when you have multiple ladies giving you money just because they desire you or something? Like what is that? What is the difference in that and pimping and stuff?
Well, I'm not trying to get too deep into the nuance of the whole pimping concept of it because I'm not into the sex trafficking shit. You know what I mean? But what I will say is, in the context of it, is it's like this. It's not about the money, right? Like that's my whole point from the beginning. Like whether man or woman, it's not about the money. Money is just money. Like the point is that like, and this is not even a matter of me forcing something upon a woman. I deal with women, and the women I deal with, they like to do things for me because they like me. You know what I mean? It's like it, it's not like I'm sitting here trying to force on some woman, you got to give me the money and stuff like that. No, it's just like with women like me, that's what they do. So my whole point is that a man should have a frame of reference of what it looks like in his definition of what it means for women to like him that he deals with. So where
And
I'm at in my life, what it means for women to like me when they deal with me is that sex isn't that big of an investment for women anymore because most of them are used to having casual sex with guys that they like. So it means a little bit more to them if they're willing to spend money in order to have access to spending time with me. Like, let's say an example was maybe a year ago. It was probably less than that. You know, I get cash apps and stuff, but I was unable to see my submissive, right? I wasn't able to see her because I was busy. I was trying to get some stuff together. And when I was, I wasn't talking to her as much because I had my own shit going on, right? And she's like, Big Daddy, I miss you. I want to see you. I need that dick. That's what she's telling me. Like she needed that action. She needed that taken care of. And she's like, well, just let me know what's going. Let me know what's going on. I'm like, listen, I'm trying to take care of this right now. I got some bills and stuff. She's like, Big Daddy, I'll take care of that. Like as long as I get to see you and be in your presence and sniff on your balls and you can make me cry on that dick, I pay for it
boy,
myself. Don't even worry
Hold
about
up.
that.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
That's funny.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I had to do that when you
because
said
you were
that
just
last
really
part.
doing too much.
The last bit, I was holding it in until she said,
So about
there
sniffing
is
his paw.
no freaking
Yeah, trying
way.
to
That was too much. I
Don't
said,
even.
"No, you doing a
Okay, I'm
lot.
gonna
You
let
could have
you go
stopped a
on
long
back. I'm
time
gonna
ago.
hand the mic back to
We
y'all.
got it. We got it. She wanted to
Okay.
see you.
you ain't never had no man you wanted to see so much you
I
just
don't
wanted
answer.
to
We
sniff
got
his
don't
balls.
don't
Well, we
repeat
not
that. Don't
no. See,
repeat
that's
that.
not
She's
the
not
point.
repeating that.
Of course, you're gonna. But my thing is it reciprocal? Would you do the same?
Wait, but also,
Well, it
honey,
don't.
let me ask another woman real quick. Okay, you and you don't have any pony in this race.
Uh-huh.
Would you just do all of that, beg for the D, hypothetically, not saying you do that, of course, so not to offend anybody, and then say you're gonna pay for somebody's bills? Like, does that sound like,
It's not that. That's why I asked, is it reciprocal?
is that feminine
Like, is
though?
it
Let
something
me
that
ask
y'all
you, is it
just do?
feminine though? Is it feminine? And even if
Feminine?
we, I mean, traditionally, because he's saying, oh, feminine is this and that. I'm talking about traditional femininity. Is that
No,
feminine?
traditionally no.
Okay,
But
thank you.
traditionally, women wouldn't be able to.
But traditionally, a
Exactly.
woman, well, no, traditionally, a woman would be able to pay a man's bills.
What
Well, what
tradition?
Because
job?
How
she
close?
she could
Yeah,
be
I'm
getting
like, how
money
close
from
is this
one guy
tradition?
and paying his bills. She could be getting money from the sprinkle crew. Shout out to that sister out there. I'm not dissing you, but she tells people to get the money. She could be getting money from her sugar daddy and paying for her F boy, and that's why I said it's an F boy. That thing that you just described, whether you want to repackage it with the new name and new packaging, he's just an F boy.
But
He's just her
cause see,
side boy that she just gets sex from, and she
to
pays
me,
his
I
bills.
feel like
Go ahead.
he's describing a relationship in a man way, right?
Hold
So
on.
it's
Say
like
that.
the
Wait. Say
way
that again. And
I
what? And
see,
what?
he's kind of like just describing a relationship in a man way, right? So
Exactly.
it's just
In a
how he
man
views it.
way.
Because when we women talk, right? He might have came over and been like, "Girl, I can't wait to see you today. I made him come through and do this and do that and da 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 da." Da." But he was gonna come through and cook it or whatever he planned to do anyway,
But
right? But the way
yes.
we
But what
talk
about the
about it is
paying part?
different. And
The
it's like the
paying
way
part.
he's talking about it is different. She wanted to see you. She was like, "Oh, $50. Like your phone bill, boy. I'll pay that. Come through. You ain't got to worry about that shit. I'm trying to get this right."
That's
And
sugar daddy talk.
but the way
That's
that
the
he's
male
saying
role.
it, well, it's different because he might have did it for her before. That's why I asked, is it reciprocal? Because if he done paid her
Mm.
light bill or have her rent before or did whatever, and now he need a couple dollars, she might not be having no problem throwing it to him because he done threw it to her.
But you added another dynamic, honey. He
But
did.
that's why I
People
was
what he
asking:
said
is
was that
this reciprocal or is
no,
this
yeah.
just a one sided?
Is it
Every time she
reciprocal?
want to see you, she need to pay a bill and pay you and stuff.
Right. Is it
Oh no,
reciprocal?
no, check this out. Right now, I'll say this: that woman, she worked her way up to a position where I have no issue reciprocating her whatsoever. Like that's a good girl right there. Like that's a good woman. So the way she try to take care of her big daddy, whatever she need from me, she got it. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I don't have. I'm not actually a
Wait, is
stingy
this a
dude.
dom
Daddy
I'm
sub?
not
if
a.
she has to pay her bills. You're not
Is
big
this a
daddy.
dom sub relationship?
No, no, I can answer that
Because he
before he
talking
does.
about a
A
big
big,
daddy.
if you're
What are you talking
daddy,
about?
daddies pay your
Daddies
bills.
is the ones that take
Yes,
care of you. They're the ones you feel like a baby girl.
Yes,
You feel
thank
taken
you.
yes.
care
So
of.
you're
Nah,
a
Very
big
I'm a
masculine.
different
daddy.
type of daddy. I'm a different type of
No,
daddy.
you're
I'm a
not
daddy
big
dom. I've been
daddy.
a daddy dom. Hey,
Okay,
listen. Hey, don't disrespect me by saying I'm not what I say I am. I
I'm
don't fuck with
sorry.
that.
I'm
Don't
sorry. You're right.
disrespect me.
You're right. Don't get. I'm sorry about that. I'll back out of that. Sorry. I'm not
These,
saying
I would
you,
love to see what these
Brody.
women look like.
Brody, you are. I am not focusing on you personally. One second.
Said we want to
Let me
see
say
what.
it in general. In general, if a woman is paying for you, you're not a dom and you're not daddy, because daddies pay for the woman. The woman doesn't
Hmm.
pay for the daddy.
That's
That's all
false.
I'm saying. My
I'm gonna tell
dad,
you
when we
exactly why
In
it's
divorced,
your
the
false.
in
name daddy.
only in your house.
Yeah, my dad
Not
pays
on,
for me.
not only in my house, not only in my house. Shoot, listen, I'm not no helicopter daddy dom. I'm not gonna sit there and stand over a woman's shoulder all the time, and I'm not about to sit there because I think most men who consider themselves doms are
And
submissives because of what you're providing to have access to the woman sexually. Like for me, there's reasons why I'm daddy to the women that I'm daddy to, and I don't have to ask them to be sitting there getting called daddy. That's what they naturally do. I'm
Yeah.
talking about regular relationship dynamics. And I'm gonna say
I'm
this
not
right
trying to
here,
offend
like
you. I'm not saying you're
how
not
how
being
I
a
how
daddy
I
in
deal with
your life, but
how I
I'm not
listen,
saying
how
that
I
you
deal
would
with
be a
women,
daddy.
that's how they feel about me. Like you got to understand
But
that
Brody, you
anytime
do
you
know
like
doms aren't
me
only
knowing,
sexual, right?
yeah, doms aren't only sexual. Absolutely. There's doms who aren't sexual. This is why I'm coming at it the way I am. See, honey, you understand because you in the BDSM world as well that you know
How
that
do you know
women
that?
can be
How do you know
dames
we
with
aren't in the
men who are
BDSM
paying their
world?
bills.
Hold on,
I
hold
know
on.
women who
You
have
have to
femdoms.
I
I've been
understand
into
that.
femdom.
give me
Y'all
one
know.
second, Brody. How do you know who's in BDSM? I'm not saying yes or no, or that Robin or dueling that dark. People, to be honest, everybody's not out there talking about their private life. So you might assume that you are just sitting up here and you're just speaking to people who don't know what they're talking about. But like I said, I'm a double down. Nobody that is a dom male will continue to say that women are doms. Not one real dom male is going around saying women are the real doms and men are submissive. That is not a dom in the BDSM world. You would get laughed out and you would get disassociated. I don't know what's going on Facebook in the back chats, but in the real BDSM world, you keep on saying women are the real doms and I'm a male dom, but women are the real doms and we're subs. I don't know what this is, but I'm okay with you rocking it. But don't come in here talking about BDSM, but you and I are right here. No, you're not talking like a male dom. You're talking like a Brody, which is okay, sassy apocalypse. I'm all for you going for your glory, but you're not talking dominant BDSM masculine rhetoric. Okay, I
Hey,
just want to make
listen, just
sure
because
that.
something doesn't fit within your frame of reference of reality doesn't mean that's not what it is.
Gotcha.
All the agreements of what it comes with what I do are established. That's the reason why I'm able to move as openly and as freely as I do about how I move, because what I do is on point. Now, when I address Honey, that's because me and Honey know each other. We both know that we're part of this lifestyle. I know other things too, right? Other people's stuff, but I'm not into shaming. I don't care about that. That's not even my frame of reference. I was just addressing that with her because I know me and her have had conversations about this.
Yeah, that's why I
So
was
trying to
asking her
bring up,
about it.
yeah.
But
So
I
it's
do have
like,
a
I
question
like,
though. How do you feel like you will give specific things on what male, female, no, not male, female, what dom and sub is, right? And what masculine and feminine is. And you make it where it's not gender specific. So how do you make a dom sub thing gender specific at this point?
Good question.
How
well,
could that ever be
to
gender
me,
specific?
so to me, I put it like this right here, and that's a good question. I degender it for the distribution of those ideas to other people who will naturally gravitate towards whatever their dynamic is. So for me as a dom, when I make it gender specific, that's because I'm heterosexual. If I wasn't heterosexual, then it wouldn't be gender specific when I talk about it specifically. So because I'm personally a dom, sometimes when I say woman and when I say submissive, those can be interchangeable. But on a wider scale of the conversation, that's not the case.
Let me let Dueling That Dark come in and then Sister Freedom. Thank you for, and I appreciate Brody. I didn't want to offend you, so I do want to sincerely apologize. When I said that I wasn't focusing on your life, I don't know what your life is like. I'm sure you're a boss and a daddy, big daddy, everything in your life the way you say you are. That's why I'm saying I'm sure. I don't know, but I'm just saying from my perspective, you get it. So I didn't want to get personal with you. I sincerely appreciate you being here. And I'm going to let Dueling at Dark say, ask a couple questions and close out. And then I'm going to head over to Sister Freedom, Honey, and then we will let Brody have his closeout free reign. Go ahead, Dueling at Dark. Thanks for being so patient.
Whew, this was one hell of a dialogue. I want to thank each and every one of the people that came to this panel because this was a very crazy conversation. And I can say that I can agree with Brody on some of his aspects. Um, and also with you as well, Nepal. You're speaking from a perspective of a traditional standard. And when I was saying that you are unique, it's a lot of women that are in here that are very unique. But at the same time, we gotta agree that because you're not introduced to a dynamic, or you weren't introduced to a dynamic, that you really can't speak on it because of the experience that these new, evolutionary things are that we coming across. And it's a lot of men, that, in my anecdotal, history that go through these situations and they have to adapt to what's going on thanks to our economic situation. There's a lot of dominant women and, are doing, very dominant things. But I would say that when he was saying that women that desire him, I would put that in an aggressive, under the aggressive line more than the dime, but I'm not going to speak on stuff that I don't know about. But, thank you for allowing me to get on the panel. I do want to say I want to have a conversation with Sister Freedom and Sister Nepal because I want to smoke with both y'all.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying? I want to talk about the role of leadership with
Show up
Sister Freedom
tonight,
because I
then.
remember having a
Tonight
conversation.
on
Oh,
Unscrambled
say
Mind,
less. Say less.
we're
Show
gonna
up.
give
Yes,
our
ma'am.
We'll see.
seal,
We'll
and
see.
then the men
Yes,
will
ma'am.
hit
Thank
the
you so much,
well,
Dueling That Dark. And thank you so much for saying that, honey. That's you, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. That's me.
No, I'm
So,
not calling you honey. I'm calling honey
Yeah,
Clark.
that's me.
oh yes, yeah, I knew that. I knew that. My bad. My bad. Shout out to Saab, man. You
I
ain't
am
calling me no
King
honey. You
Sal.
ain't did that.
So but thank you. Yeah, we'll see you tonight. And I'm gonna pass the mic over to Sister Freedom and let her close out then Sister Honey Clark and Brody, our guest of honor, even though we did come in with, did a couple pinata hits. His pinata is still standing, y'all. We didn't bust his pinata. He's pretty tough. He's pretty tough, brother. So thank you. I just want to say again, thank you for being here, Brody. Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
okay.
Close out.
Brody, I want to be honest, okay? Can I ask you a couple questions really fast, please? If it's okay
You
with
talking
you.
to me?
Yes. Your name's Brody. You the
Oh
only
yeah.
Brody.
No, I wasn't sure. I didn't hear you say the Brody part. And also, I'm not offended or nothing like that. I just stay in my ground. I'm cool with all dialogue.
Okay. How tall are you?
I know that's right. Let me drop a bomb for him. Hold on. I'm slow with it. Let me get that. You would be surprised how many people
How tall are you?
Okay.
Probably about 5'9", maybe 5'10". I don't know, and I don't want to know.
Who
About
knows?
5'8". So that means 5'8", something like that. So okay.
Now you're trying to hurt my
I'm
feelings.
being funny.
I know. Let's not go there. I just tried to
I'm just joking. I don't care about height.
I got my man's back. I got my man's back.
Come on now. I'm doing my Kevin Samuels now. We work at.
I'll be cracking 6'2" shorties. It
Don't
don't
ask him all these personal
matter.
questions.
I'm asking for a reason, Nepal.
Because we need to get this brother back. I don't want him
All right,
to thinking, damn.
I know him. Now that's
No, as long as I get to give my retort, you can ask whatever you want to ask.
I'm good with it.
As long as I get my response, you can ask whatever you want to ask. If I don't want to respond though, if it's too personal, I can say it's too personal.
Okay, where you work at?
Go ahead.
Where you work at?
Oh, I'm an entrepreneur. I work for myself.
I knew you was gonna say that. Oh, you know what? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Because I mean, has anybody ever said you was an opportunist?
I feel like people should be saying I'm an opportunist. I feel like they should be, but I don't really get that much from people that know me. I feel like they should say it.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, right? I mean, the whole time I'm listening to you, the big daddy thing, and you're only like 5'9", 5'8", probably 7. But I'm just saying, and that don't make you a small daddy or a little daddy. I'm just saying, I mean, the brag that somebody's calling you big daddy, come over and all that. And down the women paying for this and I'll pay for this. How much was the bill that the lady paid?
I think that one might have. I'm trying to remember which one it was. It was it might have been like 4 or something, or I think it might have been 4 or something.
You got okay. I know you didn't put your face on the screen because you at least put a picture of one of those big ladies that you are getting this money from. I'm just teasing. Let me stop.
So you want me to put? You want me to put some women up there?
No,
wait,
don't.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, Brody. I'm messing with you. No, listen. Thank you. This was fun. This was fun. This was a whole. I would never type thing, but you know what I'm saying. For some reason, some women with low self-esteem, weak-minded, can't get a man.
Hey, I don't disrespect my women neither, and I'm not going for that.
Let me finish. I don't know them, so it don't even matter.
I don't even like no insinuations of disrespecting women who are good to me. I'll go to battle about them.
Calm down.
So you can talk about me, but don't talk about my bitches. That should have been worse.
We're not talking about your women. Hold on. Brody, real quick, Sister Freedom. Let me just get in here real quick. Just give me 1 second. 1 second, Freedom. I didn't mean to mute you. Freedom, listen. Give me 1 second. You can get the mic back. Brody, we do not. That's why I said don't put your women up. We're not talking about your women. She's speaking in general. So I will reiterate that. This is no disrespect toward your queens, your whatever you say, your subs. That is why I said do not put their pictures up. Okay, so we got that out the way. She's gonna speak in general.
Him. No,
I know, but I just want to make it clear.
When he don't want nobody talk about his bees.
We're not talking about his. Yeah. So I
just called them bees. Brody,
yes, it was
nice. It was nice being on the panel with you. You were a lot of fun. I learned absolutely. Okay, Brody. You're a funny guy. That's all I can say. You're a funny guy.
You got to bring him on for the show.
I don't even know if the men that's coming on would even, they don't. I don't know.
They would love him. Are you kidding?
You think so?
Of course.
Well, Brody, if you ain't got nothing to do Friday, I'm trying to put the men panel together. So if they would even listen to, I don't think we trying to get people like Bro Sanchez, Tommy. I don't listen to
Tommy and Tazariak believe that means to be dominant. So
I don't even know, bro. I don't know if they would listen to it, but okay,
I like this.
I mean, some of these guys know me already, and some guys in the back chat, and some of these guys back here done already got coaching from me. Some of these women out here, they already want some of this penis. So I don't know all the little stuff, all the little slick shit. That ain't fine, because I'm not looking at you. I'm not talking about you. But if we get to roasting, I like roasting. I like talking shit. I ignore it a little bit, but all that slick shit, I'm gonna roast your ass.
That's funny.
Hey, keep trying to get all this slick shit off. I'm gonna start roasting
I'm trying
motherfuckers
to
like
let you
chestnuts over an open fire.
No, wait,
Hey,
wait.
hey, I'm gonna get on these wide backers and these fucking buffalo soldiers in this bitch.
Brother,
Hey, cause it's women who got so much time in the world for all this slick shit to get off. I'm ignore it for a little while, but I'm gonna get on bitches' asses. That's what I'm gonna start doing. So I'm trying to be cool, but it's a sassy nigga apocalypse.
I'm gonna have to mute him for a second.
Yeah, because
Brody,
you're cussing and all that.
I know, Brody. We have to keep your stream up, my friend. You just going on. I told you we only have 5 curse words. You don't load the whole clip. Brody, we're closing out. I don't want this to get, taken down or anything. So I'm going to unmute you, but please, just nobody's roasting you. We're done with that. We're going to move on to No, we're going to let him move. We're moving on to Honey.
Yes, go ahead.
Robin, just say tonight. I'm going to say tonight on Scrambled Minds, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everybody roll through, check the show out. We're going to talk about leadership. Should males lead? Are there any leaders in the relationship? So, Honey, make sure you're there if you could be there. Brody.
Oh, I'm coming to that. That's going to be cool.
Yeah, I'm going to let Honey say her last bit. And Brody, hold on. You're going to be the last one. You could do your closeout, sir. Okay,
well,
go ahead.
Eddie Murphy's brother for him. That's close.
No, he needs to.
Go ahead,
Honey.
it's a great show. I don't agree a lot with Brody, but I know him and he does, like, even though he sounds like he's posturing, I know that there have been some people who pay him for advice about this kind of stuff and who do this stuff. So he's not even really just posturing, even though to me it be sounding crazy, sometimes. But some people I guess need this kind of guidance. I don't know, but I'm for sure going to be tuning in tonight because I want to see. And shout out to the Coliseum arguments. What's up, A1?
Okay, yes, thank you. Shout out
great
to the
show, the pod. I love it. I love it when you moderate because you always, you bring it out, and
tell him, sis. Let me put you on the big screen when you say that. Tell him. Tell them.
I love it.
It's
she
hard.
always bring out the information, bring out everything, and unapologetically, she wants to, she want to get it out there. She want to understand.
Thank you very much. Now you heard it from the sisters. And that's who's telling us. Sisters are talking to us, and we need to listen because we're talking. There is an apocalypse. There is a paradigm shift, and it is in the favor of the feminine divine, the divine feminine. With that said, I'm gonna leave that for you on the tables, Brother Brody, Dharma, the coach, and I want you to go ahead and do your closeout. Thank you for joining us. I really do sincerely appreciate you being here. We all do. I'm gonna put you on the big screen at the beginning of your closeout. Go ahead, brother.
Thank y'all for having me on here. I enjoyed the conversation. It's a sassy nigga apocalypse. I want something to be understood. I don't argue with no women. I put penis in real life. I only do that with women on the internet because it's fun, right? Because it's a sassy nigga apocalypse. I ain't raising no voice for no woman. I'm putting penis in for real. That shit ain't happening. Hey, but check this out, right? With this sassy apocalypse, the whole point that I really want to bring towards men is understanding that you can have your own boundaries. You can know your own worth, right? You can go to therapy for yourself or figure out these different things and know for yourself what you want in your relationships and have a standard of what it means for a woman to like you. Don't worry about all these shaming tactics and all that other stuff that women oftentimes come with. That's why I lean into it, right? I say it's a sassy nigga apocalypse because I kept seeing all these different posts on social media where women would be like, oh, this dude requires women to do this, or he expects this or expects that. And then they'll call it sassy. And I've seen so many things that women said were sassy that I'm like, you know what? I really do require that. I really do like that. You know what? Women who like me really do things this particular way. So I'm like, you know what? If it is what it is, it is what it is. I guess it's a sassy nigga apocalypse, right? Also, understand, men out here, if you're looking for a woman to give you a level of containment, like for peace, you're going to it's not going to work too well for if you're looking for a woman to give you peace. I don't think that's a smart idea, right? So you got to get your own peace. You got to get your own confidence and your own ability to attract women, to find women who are going to treat you the way you need to be treated. I think men need to start liking who like them. I think that's so important, right? It's just like Spider-Man with that little weird girl who was in a hotel. I mean, that apartment he was in. He's sitting there chased behind Mary Jane tail. She all over the streets being a strumpet. Man, forget Mary Jane. Go with that girl who like you over there, man. That's what you need to do. And stop working, but you got to accept what come with it. Once you get accustomed to women actually liking you, certain things you used to think were sassy or kind of crazy, those things are going to start to come out of you, and you have to discipline yourself to know how to manage and move when your average experience with women is that they wanted to sleep with you for real. Once you see that and once you accept that, it rewires your brain. So it's not for everybody. Some men need to just be submissives. Like some men need to just go the route of finding you a quote unquote good woman by whatever that standard means to you, and just focus on your career and just focus on building your family and just mind your business. Be like Dale Gribble on King of the Hill and just mind your business. And just as long as that baby don't come out looking a different color, you all right, man. But they gonna do what they gonna do regardless. There's one rule in this game: it's either be that nigga or let her F that nigga in peace. Them is your only options. It's a sassy nigga apocalypse.
Okay, all right. When you anything else before I close out with the song?
Oh yeah, I wish we would have played some of my music in here, but we didn't get a chance to. Uh, but yeah, there's what I will say is that to the women out there who be quiet on posts, who don't say much when they see certain conversations come up, because they like, I'm gonna be quiet to myself because I know I'm a trick on a man a little bit, or they be like, oh, I'm gonna be quiet because I already know if I like him for real, we ain't making it to no second date. I need that today, right? Like to the women who know what that's like to really want to be submissive to a man, to want to follow him in his dream and his vision and his purpose, who want to be in submission to his mission. I love y'all. And I understand that a lot of y'all came across men who weren't going to be able to lead and to hold that position for you and to maintain you. And I'm sorry that you went through that. And the men who are dominant, we forgive y'all. We understand y'all's out here being strumpets and giving out that coochie like free samples at Costco. That's all right.
Wait, say that
right?
last part again. I was gonna let you just roll with that. What you say about their strumpets? Why are they strumpets?
I mean, what's the actual definition of a strumpet? That's a woman
No,
who
what did you
engages in
say
casual
though? I just
sex.
didn't hear you. What did you say about that? The strumpet part. What did you say they're doing?
We know that's what they was out here doing. That's not what they
I
are
didn't
out here
hear
doing, but
what
that's
you.
all
I
right.
didn't hear what you were talking. Just asked you to repeat. I didn't hear it. It went out. Like I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was trying to repeat what I said.
No, okay. When you said the women who are doing so and so, we know you're strumpets. Which women is that?
I mean, it's a lot of women. I'd argue to say most. I
What did
could
you
be
just
wrong, but I'm
say?
just talking about
What
the
did
women
you
I
just say,
encounter.
Brody? What did you just say, Brody?
I was saying that I know, like I'm literally repeating what I was saying. I said I know that there's a lot of women who are out here being strumpets. A lot of the women who naturally are inclined towards being submissive. That a lot of those women come across men who aren't able to sustain those relationships with them, and then they end up having to go out to the streets because they still miss that feeling that they got dealing with a man they felt that way about. And
What do you
I
mean by
understand that.
that? What do you mean sustain? You mean financially?
No, not even financially. It's like maintaining that relationship, letting that woman continue to feel safe with them and making sure he's continuing to give her that feeling that he's giving her, or to allow the woman to be promoted to elevate the relationship based off of what she's qualified for. You know, there's a lot of naturally submissive women out here, and they get quiet in these conversations because most women's social mask is to present themselves as being strong and dominant and control everything.
So it's
But
submissive if
just like,
you're looking at a guy saying, I would give him all my money. I just want to have sex with him. That's submissive.
I didn't say all money, but for some women, that's yes. It
Okay,
depends on how
so
much of
your
yourself you've
idea
already
of
given.
submission is I know you're closing out, but I just gotta clarify this. Because I don't want to rewatch and say, is that what he really said? I didn't understand that. You're saying submission is looking at a guy say, I can make you feel amazing in bed. And then the woman is looking quietly saying, ooh, I want that. And I'll give him anything financial or it don't matter. He can have everything. That's what you're saying is submissive.
I think that's a straw man. What I'm
I don't
saying
know.
is
No, I'm
submissive is,
asking. it's not a straw man. I don't even know if I said the right thing. Is it what you're saying or not? I'm not sure.
So once what I'm saying is put into a certain box, I can't give you just a yes or no, because
Okay,
there may be
just
some
clarify.
components
Go
of it
ahead,
that are
go on
true
with
and
that.
some that
Go
aren't.
ahead,
So I'll
go ahead.
clarify. When I say the women who are naturally inclined towards being submissive, I'm speaking specifically in reference to women who are exposed to the fact that they are sexual beings themselves, and they know that if they meet a man that they're highly attracted to, or who speaks to them a certain way, that they aren't going to require that man to give them anything to sleep with them, that they know that's something that they want to embark on. Women who have had that experience of being with the man who could give them that feeling, and then to rest in that, to feel safe and feminine, knowing that they have a man who can give them a level of containment. Those women, oftentimes, they end up out here in these streets because many men have a Madonna whore complex, and then they throw those women to the side because they got it too easy, because those are submissive men, right? I think a man who throws a woman away because he has sex with her too easy is like, why are you like that? This is a woman who actually like you on some level. Not all the time. Some women will do it because they don't like you, but I don't think those are quality women. So I think that at the end of the day, men need to learn to like who like them, and reward women for showing them that they like them. Like, show women appreciation for them appreciating you,
Okay, you saying
right?
two different things. Yes, of course, men should like who like them. I am 110% for that. Always like people who like you. Don't like people who don't like you. But then I'm going back to it's so ambiguous and so convoluted. I just want to make it clear, because after everything I listened to, and it was great, we could do this again. But at the end, that's why I said, what did you say? Because it doesn't match. You're saying, I'm going to ask you again, is a submissive woman a woman who desires a man sexually, has sex with him and enjoys it, and then is willing to do anything for him, no matter, including financial? Is that a submissive woman?
It's on the spectrum of submissive. A woman who feels that way, I would consider her a submissive woman, but that's not the only type of woman I consider submissive. So my point is this: it's like a square and a rectangle, right? Not every square is a rectangle, but every or you know how it goes with the rectangle
No,
and
not
square
every
thing.
rectangle is a square.
Yeah, not every rectangle is a square, but every square is a rectangle.
Yes.
That's how it is. Like, from the beginning of this conversation, I never said that if a woman don't give a man all her money, that she don't like him. Like, it's a moving goalpost based off of what's average for you to be around and what that woman's already experienced. So if a woman's given a man her money before, then maybe if she really likes the next man, she'll be willing to give it all to him. And if he does the right thing with what she does with it, then that relationship goes forward, and she's healed something.
I
Like,
swear
you
you
heal
both
something when you
doesn't.
when you do something when you do something when
It's
you
not
do something that when you do something that you felt was a stupid decision, or that you was traumatized by in the past, and you felt like it was dumb, but it's something that could be beneficial, and you meet somebody who you can do that for and not feel stupid about that decision, that heals that part that was damaged in you with being that level of vulnerable. Like, I think a wise woman is stupid for the right man. That's what I believe.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so basically on your closeout, you said, even before that, you said a woman might be sitting somewhere, and forget about that scenario you talked about when I put the laughing thing up. When a woman is sitting in her home and she's saying, "Wow, I really want to be with this guy." If she is with him sexually and she pays for his bills, or he says, "You need to pay my gas money to get over there to be with you," is she the sub or is she the dom?
I mean, she's the submissive in that situation. I'm not saying that's like the way you worded it, the dynamic, all that. It's like you're purposefully trying to paint it in the most egregious sounding way
No,
as
I'm
possible.
actually just saying a clear. I'm not talking in like circles or word salad.
But what I am saying is this, just like the square and the rectangle, right?
Yeah.
A woman who chooses to do that would be under the box of what I consider displaying submissive behavior towards that man. Like, although that may not be what I expect or what I determine is the minimum of what's required to be submissive, some women will be like that, and I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Got it. Now, back to the point. So you're saying is submission being in control or not? Just a yes or no. Please don't go in word salad. Is submissive being in control or being controlled?
I don't even like your question. I'm gonna be honest with you. I gave my definition of submission. It's being the primary receiver of pleasure, primary relinquisher of control. That means it's not all controlled or not in control.
No, let me.
Submission is primary receiver of pleasure, meaning that you acknowledge that through giving up control, you experience more pleasure. That's how I define being submissive.
Okay, so now we're gonna get this is source up. We source up over here. Because you could have
just. I have my own working definition because we're talking about my ideology.
And I respect you for that, Brody, but we also have the reality, and I'm going to show this the definition of submissive. Okay, and I don't mind you. I want you to rock all day with in your world, in Brody's world, but we're going to show what submission really is. Submission is the action or fact of accepting or yielding to a superior force. Submission is the action or the fact of accepting or yielding to a superior force or to the will or authority of another person. It's an act of surrendering to a hold by one's opponent, the action of presenting a proposal, application, or other document of consideration or judgment. So basically, if you're yielding to a superior force, are you the controller or are you the controlled?
Everybody is submitting to a superior force, and most of those definitions are outside of the context of dating and relationships.
I'm going to ask you again. If you're yielding to a superior force, are you the controller or the one being controlled?
Everybody submits to something.
Okay, so the answer is, if I'm yielding to a superior force, I'm being controlled. So submission is being controlled. If I have to pay for you to come see me and pay your gas, and you're coming to please me sexually, I control you. You don't control yourself. So I am not the.
That's why I didn't answer your loaded question in the first place, because I knew your train of logic was about to be bullshit.
It's solid.
Like that's not the case. That's not the case. You're twisting it. You're trying to twist my words to come up with your own narrative, and you're still falling short. It's still falling short. It's not. It's no dice on that.
No. Let me tell you what it is. It is a 4-inch thick, 3-foot long, hard cedar wood piñata baton, busting your piñata wide open. You almost escaped without getting your piñata busted. You
didn't bust my piñata. You're still wrong.
My friend,
you didn't get off nothing.
I'm gonna hand the mic to you. You are not a dom if you have to get somebody to pay for you to go somewhere because you don't have the money or the gas to get there. And then when you get there, you got to D her down with that mighty D that you said puts her to sleep and makes her dream and cry. You are being used. So you're submitting to her domination. She's using you. You're objectified. You are the object of her desire, and you are a tool that she is using. You are the You're the submitter. She's the dominant. She's the power. She's the force.
That's wrong.
The force that you yield to. And so there's no way, and I'm okay with that. If you want to call that domination, I bow to your family, and I do tip my hat to you. But that is not in the real world a dom. If you have to get your gas paid and then you come and have sex, you are the object of her desire and you are her sub. She is your dom and you are tricking off. Actually, you tricking her off because she's the trick and you're actually the tricky, right?
There is no relationship without a reciprocation of value. That's why what you're saying is wrong. A woman submitting to her desire to want to sleep with the man is her submitting to her own desire to that man being the object of her desires. If someone is the object of the desire, they are the dominant in that scenario, right? So this whole idea that, well, because of this, money has nothing to do with it. That's where you keep getting it wrong in your whole narrative of the situation.
Wait. Let's say it's magic
And
fairy dust and you had the fairy mobile. You needed that from her. She provided it with the control. And let me say this, if a wolf desires to eat a chicken, does that mean the chicken is in power when the wolf is eating the chicken, or the wolf is in power? You are making out that being the object of her desire and then her paying you as if you have power. And I feel for brothers, not even you personally, I feel for brothers that they've gotten to this position, but it is not dominance. If this is what makes you comfortable and is working for you, you are not dominant. I'm not even trying to be, it's not about you, but these are situations like sugar mamas. They call them Sanchos in Spanish. You know, you got an older lady that's taking, I'm not saying you, older ladies taking care of young guys. And that's what they're called, sugar daddies. But see,
I see all tricks is submissive.
The difference is, and I'm gonna hand it over, I promise. The difference is sugar daddies are known to take care of everybody and everything. Daddy, can I have this? Here, tick, 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 tick. Here's 500. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was 4, 5. Tick. So he hits you off with 500 bills. Thank you, Daddy. You know, when mama gives you money, it's like, thank you, mama, but now you're her child. You're not her. You get what I'm saying? Mama gives money to the kids. And I'm not saying,
can I respond? This is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying to ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying you don't do things for your husbands, but all this stuff about I'm big daddy and I'm a dom. No, if she has to pay you to get there or put fairy dust into your fairy mobile or your sassy mobile, then you are not in control. She's the dominating force. You are.
You're wrong.
You're submissive.
You're just wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
You're just wrong because you do not understand the nature of dom sub dynamics. You're talking about who's paying for what, who's doing this, who's doing that. No, if your desire yields to you being willing to get along with somebody else's program, then you're putting yourself in a submissive position. And check this out. All dom sub dynamics are a power exchange. I make it very clear that nobody has full, complete control over anybody. That entire idea is delusion, right? I'm not even on that type of shit. What I'm saying is this, right? Hold on. What I'm saying is this right here, that if you have a program, right? Because it's all subjective to the type of relationship dynamic that you're in. If you have a program, you have an understanding. Listen, a woman who desires to sleep with you, that's the feminine aspect, is the desire itself. A woman can submit to you without the feminine aspect being present, right? That's called cooperation. Your understanding is limited to cooperation because you're being provided for. That's a very limited point of view that only exists inside that frame of reference. For people who are out here, in the real world, understand that, listen, dominance and masculinity are two different things, right? Like, what I'm saying is this right here. If that woman desires you on a sexual level, she's willing to get with your program. She's showing you the level of respect that is necessary. That woman is choosing to be in submission with you. There's cooperation and then there's true submission. If you have to provide something to that woman in order for her to be receptive to you, that's cooperation. That's bot cooperation. Bot cooperation is not true submission in my eyes. And I'm gonna address the whole sugar.
What does that mean?
Let me finish.
No, what is bot cooperation?
This whole idea, sugar stuff. No, listen, I believe that the trick must submit, right? The trick must submit. If you're a sugar daddy, you shouldn't be trying to be a sugar daddy so you can dominate a woman.
I want you to just answer. You said that's bop or bot cooperation. You got to say what you said. What you said?
Bot cooperation. Bot cooperation.
Bot?
BOUGHT.
Oh, bot. Got it. Bot.
Yeah, if you have to buy cooperation, that's not submission. If you have to barter for cooperation, that's not submission in my opinion. It could be cooperation. It can be a protocol. It can be a soft switch. But that doesn't mean that that woman is truly submissive to you if
But
you
what
have
about her
to pay
buying
for
your
her submission.
coffee? What about her paying you?
Listen, I broke something down very early into this show that we got on, right? Which is that the dominant and the submissive egos of men and women are flipped. The ways in which women typically are shown and feel that a man is dealing with them in a way that shows that they're desired is completely different from the way that a man deals with a woman, where a woman shows him that he is desired, right? Because you may have guys that you've gone out on dates with, right? That you didn't have sex with. You might have even been at a younger place in your life where you had boyfriends who you did not have sex with. You were the dominant in those relationships, and you didn't reciprocate those men with part of what they came into the situation for, right? What I'm talking about is only dealing with women who value you at least on a level to where they're willing and ready to be receptive to a man
Are you
sexually.
saying sex?
What
So
do you
you
say?
want to deal with women who, we got it, not you. You're telling men only deal with, you're talking about women, and I'm even in the age range where they'd say women my age. You're talking about women who don't have a lot of choices. And that could be women who, it's not just my age range. So see, I want to put myself out there first. It could be women who maybe they don't feel like they're very attractive, maybe they're just in a certain category, because women aren't going to come in and just be ready to have sex. That's rare. That's not, I know you guys are painting that, but typically it's what you said. Women are going to make sure you work.
Yeah, no woman makes a man that she really likes work for sex after she's already had good sex. Like, the because she knows in the back of her mind that he's not gonna go for it. Like, there's a lot of disingenuous stuff going on in these conversations. And I know y'all probably feel like I'm being disingenuous, but I'm talking about my real life and my real experiences and what I observed in the lanes and in the spaces that I've been in dealing with women myself. Women will sometimes even present to some of their own homegirls that they aren't willing to do certain things. But I see something different than what's presented to the public eye. So the way I'm breaking it down is like this right here. Uh, yeah, a woman who really likes you is gonna be ready. It's like all this other stuff of like these standards that have to be met that only applies to men she don't like that, right? That only applies to them. Uh, uh, or to men who present themselves as if they're looking for that type of woman. You know, if a woman feels like that's what a man's looking for, she might be willing to present that. But there's also men that want a certain thing and a woman's not even willing to play the game or play the role for it. So my whole point when it comes to dominance versus submissive is if you're a dom as a man, you're the primary giver of pleasure, primary receiver of control, meaning that you set the tone, you set the pace for how that relationship progresses forward from a more sexual component into something that could possibly be more non-sexual, while you're primarily providing her with sexual pleasure rather than seeking sexual pleasure from her. So if you're at a position as a man where that woman wants you sexually on a high level and she respects the frame of reference, the context of how you're dealing with her, then that's a woman who's choosing to be submissive with you. But this whole idea that, well, because they pay for this, that's getting into semantics. That's trying to play this word salad game where it's like, well, because this person did this at this point, it seems like they were in control of this one component. What is a woman a dom now because I didn't tell her what color drawers to put on this morning? She a grown ass woman. She get to decide, like, unless
Uh-oh, he fell off. Dang, I was gonna drop a bomb for him. I think I should wait for him to get back. Thank you so much to everybody who tuned in. Let's see what this brother says. Timotheus Kell says, I've been married 16 years and I know that I submit to my relationship, putting my own urges aside and not acting on lust is, in my opinion, is me submitting to relationship. I kind of thought that's what he was talking about at first, and I'm for that. But he's saying some other things, which is pretty interesting. But it was a good show. Thank you for being here. You know I love you, Lady G and H. Millette and Max Bird, the mod boss. Who else? Dueling at Dark. Thank you. I'm waiting for him to come back. Here he is. So I'm gonna let him close out. You fell off again, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and close out.
Yeah.
It was great. Have the last word, and then I'm gonna play the song, and we're gonna bring you back hopefully. All right, go ahead, brother. Finish up.
All right. So a lot of what this sassy apocalypse is about is there's a lot of times where women were saying that they wanted men to go to therapy, or they wanted them to learn how to communicate more, wanted men to better understand women. And sometimes when you start to understand and you start seeing behind the veil of the Wizard of Oz, and you kind of know a little bit too much, things happen when it comes to that. Like, oh, let me look at this thing what Tim said. See, Timotheus, that's called an integrated relationship. Most of what I'm talking about is the process of getting there, right? Uh, uh, the way relationships start now is different from the context of how relationships were started way back in the day. And who knows how much BS people went through to get into their eventual integrated relationships. So integrated relationships aren't really applicable to this conversation of dom sub dynamics once you've already worked out the kinks of your relationship. Like that's something important to understand. So we're talking about dom sub dynamics, masculine and feminine, with masculine being willing to pursue. That takes place on an innocence level, going up into the social program level. Dom sub dynamics are going to take place in between integrated and socially programmed innocence. In between there, dom sub dynamics are different. And once that woman's crossed certain thresholds and lines in her life, she internally knows whether or not she wants to express it publicly or not. She knows that there are things she's willing to do when she really likes a man. And if she's not willing to do those things for you, she does not like you. And the earlier and the sooner you accept that and deal with women who are willing to display those characteristics, the sooner things are going to flow a lot more smoothly for you.
All
The
right,
sooner it's
then.
going to flow a lot more smoothly.
Thank you so much. His name is Brody Dharma. He's also goes by Coach Brody. You can see him. Where do they find you? And if you're going to be back here in the Coliseum, hopefully soon. You're doing some debates, but mostly you're on Facebook or what? Where do they find you?
I'm mostly on Facebook and YouTube. So my YouTube channel got like 700 plus videos. I break down topics such as interoception, classical conditioning, dom sub dynamics. I also drop boxing content. I'm an undefeated amateur boxer. I'm an award-winning poet, being a multi-year poet laureate of my university. I'm a dom who spent the majority of my adult life as a non-monogamous man who operates as a dom within the BDSM world in my own life. I give dating and sex coaching advice, and I also like to think I'm a little bit funny sometimes, and I make content for like Facebook and stuff like that. So if y'all want to come to me for some type of coaching, some type of collaborations or opportunities, cool, just let me know. Yeah, I can help you with a few different things if you want some help with something. If people want to chop it up with me, though, it's just $40 for chop up sessions. You just cash out that $40. Right now, I'm feeling good about 40. I feel like I got synchronicity on this number 40 right now, right? Like, so when I'm gonna say something too. I ain't gonna try to go on too long, but I want to get some stuff off real quick.
Let me
Man,
put you back up here. You want to say what you need to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, like maybe about 5-6 months ago, I was hitting critical mass with masculine dominance. And it was like a crazy experience for me because there's like a spiritual component behind having a certain level of power and control in dating and relationships. Not every man needs to go towards what I call the masculine dominant exercise and self-control. There's a lot of risks that come with it. And one risk that came with it was when I experienced being in a position where women wanted to sleep with me like on such a high level, and it was just like I started experiencing some different things, and I kind of tapped in spiritually on a level that I really hadn't before. And it was something I was aware of. I did the research on, but I wasn't necessarily experiencing it. And this last Mercury retrograde, nobody told me it was Mercury retrograde. I felt it and I was mad. I'm like, this feel like this is some real sassy nigga apocalypse shit. Why do I feel the Mercury retrograde? I didn't like that, right? But what I've learned is that a lot of the times men think women are crazy, where women are really exposed to a lot of spiritual elements because they're the sexual gatekeepers of relationships. When you become the sexual gatekeeper of relationships and you're in relationships and you feel that void means that whoever wants you more either you have the reward system in place to make sure that they're reciprocated adequately, or eventually at some point in time, if you allow them to invest enough in you, you're going to have the low moment. You're going, you know, you might hit the low ground, and you might experience different types of coercive sexual behaviors, and that can affect you psychologically. And with the effect it has on you psychologically, you might start to display a lot of sassy characteristics and traits, right? That's just like something that happens. I've learned to accept myself. Like in my life, I used to let women, you know, trigger me and get me upset because they'll try to bait you into arguing with them, and then they'll try to call you weak for arguing back. So I say, man, forget it. It's a sassy apocalypse. I'm cussing these trumpets out. If they will get disrespectful, we're gonna roast, we're gonna do all that, and I'm still gonna go home and have my healthy and my happy relationships. And you know, I'm
You
gonna get
cussing
head
them
while I'm
out.
on the phone and be quiet.
You
Yeah.
cussing them out.
What is it?
You cussing
Yeah, I
them
be
out.
cussing them out. Yeah, I
All
don't.
right.
But the funny thing is, I don't actually argue with women I deal with in real life. Like women I actually engage with and deal with, there's nothing but respect between us. Like I've had multiple multi-year relationships with women where we've never had a real argument before. Like shit, the woman I'm with now, she been my submissive for getting close to a year and a half. We've never had a real argument before. So all this
Yeah.
sassy stuff, I'm a little bit sublimating off my desire because I'm used to some toxic stuff when I was younger. So I like to get that off arguing with women on the internet, and I go back to my happy, healthy relationships when I get off of here.
Okay. Well, thanks for sharing that with us. We will see you again soon. And I want to say thanks to everybody who joined. I see you out there. It's all love. Ah, Timotheus. No, he's all good. He said, stand down. She want to end the show. Actually, this was a great show. I love the participation. We will say shout out to Ivory Scales. She has a new debate league, not really league. She has a debate group, and she will be working with us over here. We're going to be bringing them onto the HOK Coliseum. I believe Brody is part of her Info Warriors group. And that's all there is, y'all. Peace to the darkest minds of the light. Peace to the HOK family, the House of Consciousness family, and yeah, Quarter Waters. I don't know what you mean by that, Brother La, but peace to you and to your queen, Miss Nicole. Where's Miss Nicole? I want to see where's she been. We need to see her tonight over on Scrabble Minds build. People, head over there tonight. I will be there. Um, we will be talking about women, this similar to what we're talking about with Brody. You know, relationships and leadership. You know, dominance, submission. Thank you, Brody, once again. And I'm going to end with this song. I love this one right here. I got to stop. I play trendsetters all the time. Brody, if you have some music that you want to if you want to make a song for the Coliseum, that would be great. If you make music,
All right, cool.
make something for HOK Coliseum, we would like that. You think
I
you could do
definitely,
that?
I definitely got some music to share. My project, Adi Dada Lo-Fi Soul Tape. But you know, thank y'all for having me on here. I might drop a project called the Sassy Nigga Apocalypse. I'm thinking about it. I got some other projects in the work. I'm in the works. I might put first, but you know, I appreciate y'all having me on here, and not getting too offended because I go a little hard sometimes. Uh, uh, Once I catch certain things, the way my mind works, when I catch logical fallacies and stuff that appear like what's that thing called manipulation tactics, my brain goes straight into the hyperdrive and says we about to address all the BS right here. That may not always be people's intentions, but it's not always an intentional thing. You know, I just catch it in the tone. But yeah,
Oh, are you saying because
but
what happened
we gonna
earlier?
get
Oh,
back
we're
up.
like crocodile. We're like crocodiles over here. We don't
Oh,
we don't
listen,
care. We
my
just lay in
first day,
wait in mud
my
and we
first day
listen.
in Ampu,
Yes, there you go. So
I'll be
you're in the
ready
right.
for all the smoke. I got smoke for everybody. I start off respectful, but over time, I'm gonna give people a couple warnings. But afterwards, I'm roasting like chestnuts over an open fire, and I could get
What do you
very,
mean by
very disrespectful. It's a
roasting?
sassy
What do you mean
apocalypse.
by roasting? Wait, what do you mean by roasting? Like you're gonna start talking about
Uh,
people personally?
no, I mean, listen, I meet disrespect with disrespect. That's what makes it sassy. They say it's they, you know, part of the whole sassy thing. What they said was like, if men have anything to say back when women are being disrespectful or they're being dismissive or they're not listening or trying to seek to understand, and they're just throwing in virtue signals and shaming tactics as ways of trying to manipulate the control and the flow of the conversation. And they say if a man addresses it, then he's being sassy. So I'm just going to lean into it, and I meet all disrespect with disrespect. So that's how it goes. It's a sassy apocalypse. But I do appreciate y'all having me on here for real.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we over here, when I said we're talking about the information. So yeah, I hear you get emotional or sassy if someone comes for you personally. I got you. And hey, I don't want you to take that as me trying to throw some shade.
I mean, that's what it was, like, to say emotional, like trying to make a subtle diss at the fact you didn't like what I said. That's an example that would lead to that type of thing.
I don't have to hide anything from you. Let me tell you,
because I don't have to get emotional to address certain things.
You want to know something, Brody?
It doesn't have to be emotional for me to address that I don't like certain stuff.
I have to be careful with you, and that's okay. Okay? Because we're just over here doing information, because when we give people on information, it hurts their feelings more than you talking about our wig or how much we need to lose weight. When we bust somebody's piñata open on their information, that hurts them more than me. You will see, studies have shown that we don't care what people think about how we look or how tall we are. So we have tough skin. That's what I meant by crocodiles. I would never let you be disrespected. But if you want to get in here and take somebody on with some information and sources and then make them look silly, that's how we get it on over here in the Coliseum. And I hope that you will be able to.
I agree with that.
All right.
I agree with that. I remember my first day when I got in Ampu, and everybody was like, "Oh, he ain't gonna last 3, get them niggas down for 3 years." So for me personally, I don't back down. And also, I don't take everything as disrespect. We had a moment in the conversation earlier where you said, where you broke down something, and I said, you know what, this time when you explained it, it didn't seem as if there was this flip on what I said that took it away from the topic, even if other people might have interpreted part of what it was said as a certain way. I understood that you understood what I was saying, and you were reflecting that back to me for the purpose of conversation. I will never have no disrespect for somebody who is doing that, but I understand what little things are. Right?
We're not trying to make fun of you. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want that. Like, we don't need to get personal. When I said crocodiles, I thought you meant you ready to get in here and keep on look at Brody. You did excellent. This was a great build. You already know that though, right? And I just want you to come in and continue to stand your ground. We don't have to talk about anybody personally. That's why I didn't want it to go there. I don't want to see your wives. I don't want to do any of that. I just want you to keep coming in and being who you are. So with that said, is that cool? I'm gonna end the stream with some songs. Make a song for us for the HOK.
Yeah, I'll say
go ahead, brother.
What I will say is I want to come in here and share information. My main thing is just sharing information, but I also understand things is about entertainment as well. And I'm trying to find the balance between information and entertainment. So anytime I find myself in a position where it seems like what I'm saying isn't being conveyed or quite understood, and the further breakdown of the caveats of what I'm explaining isn't getting through, then sometimes a little bit of chaos and entertainment is a fun way to go with things for content. I'm not actually mad at anybody who's in any of these calls. Like, that's not how it works for me. But I will say that, like, when it comes to attacking people's information itself, if somebody can't grasp the level of information that I'm bringing and I'm explaining it clearly, I don't mind making it a little bit entertaining and get a little bit chaotic with it, because like, it's one of those things with the animus. I'm sorry, go ahead. I know you're trying to end this call out.
No. You're good, but I just got a call from the top, from the head honcho on the hill, the dominant I'm the submissive one. I got in the stream because I got but I loved you being here, Brody.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna come back, right? And we're gonna see you tonight. Are we gonna see you in the audience tonight on Unscrambled Minds, right? So I hope so, right? Or you didn't get the information. You there? Okay. Well, peace to everybody.
Time to set the stage with the lights off. Let the little nigga breathe till the fight's lost. You ain't never like the room with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise what the light brought. Let them roach niggas bleed if they can't see. Side near the TV, what you can't be. They say that murder on my mind, now they can't breathe. Take a picture of the crew, that's your last peep. Oh, I need me your love, yeah, that's just me. Keep them jumping like some frogs, so they might believe what the sun say. And they don't really wanna bleed from the gunplay. And like mine, nigga smoking weed on the one-way street, nigga. Yeah, we see we outside with it. Pull up to debates like we might be with it on guard. Side these niggas like bullshit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live bars. This the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. With B-side net on TV. This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Keep that off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get real. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, a truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just trying to duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them when I greet them, that's my best plan. Head first shit, I'm just saying. Nigga meet me in LA, oh you just playing. Too many be fake what the base saying. So I tell them they don't want no smoke before they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke. This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. And this is it right here. The toughest you gon' ever be in. You wasn't conscious before us. Y'all niggas was asleep. We woke the sleeping giant. We did it. Side nigga TV. So stay your ass in your little box where you feel safe. Cause it's motherfucking monsters over here. Real monsters.
Peace and Pan-Africanism to Brother Herman Smalls in the toughest environment you can be in.
Time to set the stage.